Specifically, the Vice-Chancellor, the Vice Principal, I will introduce them just now a little bit more formally, also senior management, staff, the session chairs, the panelists, the researchers themselves, students, and everybody else that is here with us today. It really is great to have this opportunity and have you join us. We know there's also quite a number of people that is joining online, so I also want to welcome all of them. To start off with, I would also like to thank the sponsors of the event, the National Housing Finance Corporation. The NHFC exists to ultimately serve low to middle income households by giving them the opportunity to live with dignity. It facilitates end-to-end solutions which address human settlement funding and finance needs by providing various funding instruments to suit specific interventions. And it's great to see that stakeholders out there recognize the value of the symposium and willing to therefore sponsor an event like this. Colleagues, so this morning we are going to start off with a welcome message from Professor Lenkabula. We really do thank her. Up to yesterday, we weren't sure if she was going to find space in her diary to be here, so we really do appreciate the effort that she has made and prioritizing this and being here with us today. Thank you very much for that, Professor Lenkabula. Then also, Professor Miiwa will do a bit of setting the context for the event, reflecting a little bit on the journey thus far, and also giving us a taste of where we are heading in the future. As you know, with something of this magnitude, it is not a short-term thing, it is a long-term initiative, and it requires the collective effort of everybody for us to move in this direction. So Professor Miiwa will just provide us a bit of context. Then, very exciting this morning, the keynote speaker, Advocate Tembelile Mapipa, will be addressing us, but I will read her bio when we get to that point. And I can promise you it is going to be a very exciting and thought-provoking engagement. And then we will have a bit of time for questions and answers. Because as you know, the intention of this is to stimulate thinking. What is it that we need to do? The emphasis on being catalytic, meaning that it needs to lead to action. And what better way than for those outside of the university coming here and sharing what they think the priority should be and where the needs are. So we look forward to that presentation. Right, colleagues, then just a little bit of housekeeping. Then we are going to break for some refreshments. Now, at that point, we split up into two groups. You've seen the program, so the one group will remain here. The other group will go to the Dr. Miriam Makeba hall. There will be people outside, if you don't know where it is, that will take you there. Please note that we will have refreshment stations on this side as well as the Dr. Miriam Makeba hall. So you can choose where you want to grab a cup of tea, where you want to grab some refreshments. So just make sure, because we are trying to manage time as well as possible. Because as you know, with a number of the panelists and session chairs, etc., some of them have traveled in just for today. So we want to make sure that we stick to the program. Also for the online participants, it is very important that we try and stick to the time and give people that opportunity to switch between sessions as such. So to do that, we do need to coordinate the program. Right, colleagues, so I think with that, I would like to ask Professor Lenkabula, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of Unisa, to come to the podium and just to officially open the symposium and welcome all of you. Professor Lenkabula.
Good morning. Colleagues, I thought you were in good winter space. The end of winter. Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm truly appreciative to be here to join you as we reflect on the important journey of recapitalizing our academic program as the University of South Africa. I'm somewhat apologetic. I think we should have a medical science school to help people like me who are partially disabled or able-bodied. Some of us have to navigate a few assistive devices to see you. So I apologize if I took a bit of your time. I'm quite appreciative to be here, and I'm quite appreciative that the catalytic niche area are becoming central to how we imagine the University of South Africa and its scientific agenda in its contribution to our national, continental, and global developments for the betterment of our society. Let me take this opportunity to thank the members of Management Committee that are here in this meeting, participating in person, but also virtually. I also recognize Professor Tenjiwe Meiwa, the Vice Principal Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation, and Commercialization at Unisa, and I'm quite saddened because today is one of her last days as she transitions to being a Vice Chancellor at the University of Mpumalanga. So we're somewhat intellectually engaging on an arena that she assisted to steer forth for the university, but at the same time, she will be moving to Mpumalanga. Can I request that we give a round of applause? And therefore, Professor Meiwa, even as we do the catalytic niche area, and perhaps your last meeting with majority of the university community, we will always be appreciative that this agenda was propelled and supported by you and your team, and therefore I hope that it will find stronger institutionalization and agility. So thank you very much for all that you've done for the university and your contribution. And we look forward to working with you when you're the Vice Chancellor of the University of Mpumalanga. Can I request another round of applause for her? And therefore, Program Director, Professor Labus Kachni, assisted by Ms. S. Mabaso, the sign language interpreter at Unisa, our own guest, the keynote speaker, Advocate Tembelihle Mapipa, Executive Manager of Corporate Service and Strategic Partnerships, Moses Kotani Research Institute, other members of extended management, the deans, deputy deans, directors, and all management that are here this morning, the panelists from various parallel sessions, chairs of various parallel sessions, distinguished scholars. I'm aware I saw a prof here, and yourselves, colleagues, esteemed researchers, partners, collaborators, business leaders, scholars, innovators, and of course, our primary stakeholder, our own students who are participating in person and virtually, and yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Can you give yourselves a round of applause? Why do I think you deserve a round of applause? I think it's because in an early morning, as we are heading towards the month of August, where we celebrate the indelible historical milestones of our society, which have made education an important asset, a resource in the transformation of our society, in the contribution to the democratic dividend, as well as in asking us the critical question of what is the value of education, especially higher education, in the context of shifting geopolitical context, as well as digitization, including in contexts where people live with poverty, development systems are slow, the climatic changes and ecological degradation are wounded and wailing, and the people are requiring meaning-making, and the place of university, therefore, being a contested arena. How then are university at the center of the reimagination of how we live, how we make meaning, how we search for wisdom as important ideation, research, engaged scholarship, but also how institutions such as universities become relevant in this imagination or active pursuit of making meaning in our society. I start my welcome by asking the critical questions of what value our universities, including our own university. I also want to state, therefore, as we do this second symposium on research on the catalytic niche areas, to invite you to recalling the journey that started with the catalytic niche areas and why. In 2021, when I joined the University of South Africa, in my maiden speech on February 14th, I suggested that my intention as a leader at Unisa was not just to bring new ideas, but it was to reaffirm all the sites of excellence at the University of South Africa in the teaching and learning, research and engagement, in the scholarship of engagement, as well as the global impact that Unisa had already garnered for itself, including being the only university amongst many, at least in our country, in the continent, that was fully functional in the context of COVID. And therefore, my idea was that I was coming here to also work with the sites of excellence that were already existent and to creating, with the collective management, the conditions and the environment that allowed scholars, academicians, researchers, those who assist them, the professionals and administrative staff, to ensure that they support the meaning-making, but also the excellence that Unisa ought to project. The second aspect within this context of 2021 was that we're just coming out from a pandemic. Actually, we're just within a pandemic with lockdowns, with health systems somewhat collapsing for many of us, with many of us wondering whether we would live our lives with dignity when many of our families would have lost lives, or our neighbors, or our students, or our own colleagues who lost lives during the pandemic. And therefore, the questions about what do we do as a university about health, about pandemics, about the aftermath of the pandemic, around creating a caring institution that is attendant and attentive to these aspects was quite important. But equally important in that context was the fact that the digitization systems, the many companies that were at the center of digitization had become quite central, and therefore the academic business model of the University of South Africa was quite challenged. Because no longer were we competing with other universities, but we were also competing with private institutions that wanted the model that we had always in the context of South Africa and in the continent, thought because we were the pioneer institution, became a threat. It became a major risk of what do we do now that we're competing not only with universities, but also with trading institutions, private institutions that were approved to setting up academies. So the threats to universities as we know them were very palpable, but also equally the white paper on post-school education that allowed other universities to using Unisa modality became a major risk that required us to rethink and to innovate and to look into areas that Unisa, the higher education system, the South African innovation system, as well as the continental developmental agenda would be requiring. And therefore a sense of renewal therefore became quite important, as it was the innovative program of requesting us as a university to think through what we would do together to recapitalize or to catalyze the scientific agenda of the University of South Africa. And if you look, therefore, we looked into the developmental agenda of our country, including the decadal plan, the Agenda 2063, the Sustainable Development Goals, the economic reports of our country, but also our continent, and the contribution of South Africa, whether in the World Economic Forum reports, whether in the global scientific reports, or whether even in the continental assessments around the place of our knowledge systems as African universities. It is for these reasons, colleagues, that the context that I briefly paint above became an invitation for us to rethinking our scientific agenda and what we would draw anew as the frontiers of the catalytic niche areas that would spawn interest in our university. And therefore, that's why we thought about the 10 catalytic niche areas. Let me start with aviation and aeronautics. It became very clear that as South Africa, our competitive edge was waning. Mengo was closing down. SAA was no longer a global airline carrier. It was limited only to South Africa and to the continent. Other airlines that sought to participate in the context of South Africa had not succeeded. The question, therefore, was, if all the economic value chains that are associated with aviation and aeronautics would wane because of our competitiveness had become somewhat low as a country. What then would it mean for the calls for economic transformation, employability, addressing unemployment, and addressing the economic questions? And therefore, this was not just something that came out of our heads without any social analysis of the questions that bedeviled our developmental agenda or arena. On the maritime and marine sciences, it was very clear that we live on the cusp of two oceans, but with multiple rivers, but only 4 universities in the country, I'd add one more, were attendant to issues on fisheries, issues of maritime sciences, or oceanography. And therefore, it meant that we were quite negligent as a university, but also as society, to have the Africa or Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, across the whole coastal, the coast of our country, but also of the continent, and not have anything that addresses that. And at the same time, there were questions around the privatization of ports, the waning competitiveness of Transnet and associated environments that were supposed to be anchoring these aspects. So I think it's very important that I share with you. And therefore, when we did the consultations, it was very important that it was not just in the economies associated with the sea or the ocean, it was not just in the fisheries, but in the work that Professor Maza does. It was also in how we think about the ocean, not only as a side of food systems, economic systems, but also how to addressing the issues of climatic changes and the chemical components that could be optimized to address these challenges. And therefore, I think it's quite important that I give you just these 2 examples, but I could do more. If we think about the automotive industry, the universities in South Africa at some point were the pioneer research environment and innovation environment. Under His Excellency Minister Musibudi Mangena, universities collaborated to creating a car jewel. Do you remember it? Or you only remember Fenter? Remember there's a Fenter, you have to carry it. Eh? If you travel across the country, Fenter is. Under Minister Musibudi Mangena, universities had created an EVA car. In that innovation, there were 3 elements that I suggest were quite important. It was not just the car that they created. There were battery systems, there were components, but also they had created an opportunity for South Africa to have an EV car that could have at least been resourceful for our society in addressing some of the climatic and ecological challenges that I referred to. However, precisely because universities have constantly done excellent research, but the commercialization lever and the innovation fund have not been strong. We failed as a country in commercializing Jewel because we did not invest the 9 billion that was required to making it a globally competitive car. And therefore, I had looked into some of these failed innovations that would have set our country ahead, whether you think about More 100, the nuclear diagnostic or medication that is used for cancer, that we lost ground on, or whether you think of the batteries that are now being sold at high cost in the global marketplace. And these are just 3 examples, colleagues. The 4th example is around universities. Having left or detoured a bit from academic enterprise to looking at the co-curricular environment and working in the context of fees must fall. One of the questions that I've thought as universities and university leaders had not dealt with were the co-curricular matters. Do we create enabling environments for our students to thrive outside the classroom, the laboratory, and the research environment? What are the areas that anchor co-curriculation in our universities? How do we ensure that even students who may not be as excellent as they wish or as we wish can cultivate leadership and excellence in co-curricular environments? I think it's very clear that in many of our universities, student affairs, student services are not the anchor points of the academic excellence. And therefore, it was very important as a university to look at how academic support, how co-curricular development, how exposing our students to the global arena, as well as the world of work, the digitalization systems, the context of life, of poverty, the competitiveness of understanding the continent, and other environments became important invitation for the university to claiming and reclaiming excellence. And therefore, the catalytic niche areas developed or ensued as part of creating an enabling environment that supports the research agenda, the teaching agenda, the engaged scholarship, but also the global impact that we would want to make as the university. I'm therefore appreciative, Professor Meiwa and Professor Labuschagne, that you found it important that you institutionalize the research that supports the catalytic niche area. I recognize that this symposium is convened under the theme Building Pathways for Relevant Research and Strategic Partnerships. I hope the context that I have painted will allow you to understand briefly what were some of the concerns that brought about rethinking and reclaiming Africa's futures by establishing and instituting the catalytic niche areas. I'm quite appreciative that when we did so, we also had an agenda of recruiting distinguished scholars, postdoctoral fellows that would necessarily and fundamentally set their agenda on the catalytic niche areas. I'm appreciative that when we meet today, we come at a moment of both reflection, renewal, and reimagining the future. At a time when we celebrate our own forebear, an innovative, but also one who called for peace with justice, for freedom, and always emphasized the imperative for education, including for those on the margins. The alumnus of this university, His Excellency President Mandela. We also do so just whilst we're in the cusp of the Women's Month, the August month, a time that requires us to look at our work, our values, our inclusive agenda, but also why we have to have courageous actions, even in the midst of tumult, and constantly steer forth, no matter the barricades. Mandela Month inspires us to reflect on the values of leadership, selfless service, social solidarity, but also it speaks to the mission of our catalytic niche areas, which seek to deliver research that responds meaningfully to the needs of society in our country, in our continent, but also the best of Africa's intellectuals, assets and resources and knowledges in the global arena. Whilst in the quest of creating or contributing to a just society, through using the catalytic niche area on Bosadi, womanism, Bosadi theorization, and the praxis therein, I find it quite an important arena that should invite especially women academics, professionals, even administrative staff, never to undermine their own scholarship or their own contribution to the success of the university, including on the catalytic niche area. I start with this because next month we will be celebrating women and their contribution to our democracy and the knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, the catalytic niche areas were not developed in isolation, as I stated. They represent UNISA's bold and strategic response to the National Development Plan, the African Union Agenda, and they are attentive to those areas where the sciences of our continent require strengthening. I was quite heartwarmed when we were in Tanzania for the Africa Day lecture. The Minister of Arts in Tanzania said to the conference and to the lecture that he saw UNISA's catalytic niche areas not just an agenda of science, but a reclaiming of Africa's civilization and Africa's futures. And I concur with this sentiment because if we truly invest in the catalytic niche areas, whether marine studies, aviation and aeronautical studies, the square kilometer array, as well as the space sciences, we would be putting our country, our continent, but also our global contribution to socially responsive, future-oriented, and high-impact research. Finally, today's symposium takes place against the backdrop of pressing challenges in the higher education sector. The financing of higher education is becoming precarious. The donors and partners that we used to lean on to augment the financing that we get from the state are retracting their finances. The tariffs that are being set, the trade restrictions, the disruptive events such as those we have witnessed, create opportunities for us as scientists to look at what are the alternatives. Where do we direct our attention to? And what research would be resourceful, not only for our university, but for the publics, the civil society, as well as the private sector, so that we thrive together. In such times, it is worth remembering the wisdom of the African proverb that says, when the roots are deep, there's no reason to fear the wind. Our roots anchored in African knowledge, social justice, academic excellence, enable us to remain steady even as we navigate the shifting global dynamics. Our responses must be strategic. We must innovate, collaborate, and persist. As the scholar Angela Duckworth reminds us, enthusiasm is common. Enthusiasm is common. Endurance is rare. This is why partnerships, the second core focus of this symposium, are so essential. We are honored that this symposium brings together diverse and distinguished groups of participants from various sectors, industry, government, private sector, academicians, and pioneers who play pivotal roles in shaping the research landscape. Among you are airline captains, pilots, representatives from forestry, workers, health, advocates for just transition to green economy, amongst others. Your presence affirms the importance of cross-sector collaboration in creating real-world pathways from research to implementation. In the spirit of another African invitation, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I think for us as University of South Africa, our commitment is going together with our communities, with industry, with research councils, communities, regional governments, continental institutions, so that we build collaborative ecosystems that allow the catalytic niche areas to thrive, as it is the University of South Africa and its contribution to the world. We are aware that we are responsible for 33 to 37% of the university system, and we have no option but to be the best that Unisa has to be. We also recognize that the digitization system are not peripheral, they are essential. Whether we think about machine learning, artificial intelligence, whether we think about them in e-health, biotechnologies, nanotechnologies, and therefore we would like, as we think about this conference, that we embrace technology as an important area of our development. Ladies and gentlemen, the catalytic niche areas are more than just research themes. Can I repeat that? The catalytic niche areas are more than just research themes. They are platforms of possibilities. They are grounded in our African identity. They are shaped by our global interfaces and the roles that our university must play. They are about the public mission of research, innovation, learning that universities that are invested in, especially by the taxes of majority poor and of a few of us middle class, are quite important. And therefore, I request that we continue to root our work in purpose, with urgency, and build together. I hope that the catalytic niche areas will become a dynamic platform that reflects, incorporates the groundbreaking research conducted by our students, our researchers, but also their collaborators across disciplines. From doctoral investigations into renewable energy systems to postgraduate studies on marine biodiversities, biotechnologies, innovations, the space sciences are quite important. Who knew that NASA would be interested in Unisa? It is through, thank you. It is through the work of our researchers who are doing groundbreaking work, such as Professor Chibwezi, who brought the chief technologist and the former chief scientist of NASA to the shores of Unisa to re-anchoring our space sciences and astronomy agenda. And I'm quite appreciative that CSET and all other colleges have found these catalytic niche areas quite important. As I speak to you, one of our alumnus in the United States, Scott Ferland, who owns an aviation company, has reaffirmed to me and to the university that they will be partnering with us in looking at how we strengthen our aviation system. I want to finish with exciting news, because I've just mapped the journey, our aspirations, our investment, our commitment to recalibrating our academic agenda. The good news is, before the end of this year, the University of South Africa will be owning an airport, which will enable us to ensuring that aviation and aeronautics are not just things we talk about, but are reality. Whilst I had promised people that we would announce this later, I thought it was very important that the infrastructures that support the catalytic niche areas are very important for us to pursuing through partnerships, through ownership, but also through courageous actions that will propel this university to excellence. Welcome to Unisa. Welcome to the home of leaders. Welcome to the University of the Land, committed at all times to collaboration and to ensuring that science is a contributor to the development of our society as it is to the contribution of the continent and the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to apologize if I took your time. I was feeling a bit dizzy, so I needed to slow myself down. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lenkabula. We do appreciate those words. Colleagues, I think it's very important to remind ourselves, where did the journey start? And more importantly, why are we doing this? Why are we engaging on this journey? And I think what is really important is the research with purpose. We know that globally, impact is becoming the de facto measure for research. And there's no better way for us to demonstrate research impact than through the catalytic niche areas. They've all been chosen, they've all been designed in such a manner that they will change lives in South Africa. And if you are unable to find yourself within the catalytic niche areas, then hopefully after the symposium, you will have a better sense of how you can contribute to what we are trying to achieve. So again, thank you very much, Professor Lenkabula. Next up, we have Professor Mahiwa, the Vice Principal, Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization, that is going to give us a little bit of context to what we are, why we are here, and what to look forward to in the next 2 days. Professor Mahiwa, over to you.
Thank you, Prof. Labustakne, for that, Program Director. Colleagues, the VC has said it all. I shouldn't actually have come up here because what she said is what I'm somehow covering. Because we're behind time, 30 minutes behind time, I'm going to just be here for very few minutes than planned. With that, I want to stand on the protocol that the VC has enumerated, as well as Prof. Labustakne. Let me just start off by beginning to echo and affirm the VC's opening remarks, and by thanking her for the consistency of placing research at the center of the university's intellectual and societal mission. If anything, that's exactly what we should be doing, we are doing, we are moving forward with that. VC, your message calling us to be bold, to be relevant, to be women-centered, to be African-inflected, knowledge project directed is exactly what we're doing henceforth. And therefore, I actually have an honor just briefly to provide the context. I'll just read the titles of what I prepared for this a few minutes, given that the VC has attended to that. Where the VC has powerfully articulated our institutional intent, philosophical backbone, I want to be looking at the substance, just operational substance that we're now looking at, and only look at just two to three of such, just the highlights of what I actually had prepared. So we've been conceptualizing. Now we are operationalizing. Now we want operational reality coming to the fore here because it's our second symposium this year, and now we're looking at how this strategic foresight with the robust consultations that we had in the past is now getting implemented as we operationalize, as we put in and move away from see when you give English to a Zulu speaking, conceptualization to activation. I needed to have this issue at the end. My mom was an English teacher and she would like to actually get to do all of these kind of things. May her soul rest in peace, I get reminded. So, but what have we done and what are we doing? In the program, you'll see that we've gotten our catalytic niche areas leaders to do the work that you'll be seeing the next 2 days, and we're having our postgraduate students being very much involved. We've aligned our CNAs very much through the College of Graduate Studies. Thanks, Prof. Kuchini, for this, and Prof. Jessica, what we're doing here, because we now want to have a pipeline where we link the established scholars to the emerging scholars to our postgraduate students to be able to fit the ecosystem. And thanks, Prof. Namo. Earlier on this morning, we were talking about that. I appreciate that. What we're doing now, we're shifting the academic culture as it relates to the catalytic niche areas towards an agile ecosystem that has a purpose, that's operationalizing, and now that's moving from just individual to much more, we're upscaling. Please come along as we do this. We're moving from theory, but we want to translate that theory now into projects that are much more hands-on and networks that will lead us to that. And we're doing this through postgraduate development. We're doing this through strategic partnerships that we're having, as you'll see in the program. And we're doing exactly, Vice Chancellor, what you spoke about. You'll see that our program are very much led to a certain degree, although the balance is still not there, Prof. Labustakne, by women as well, who have taken a huge lead in the work that we're doing within this arena. And therefore, what we're doing, we're looking at strategic partnerships, and we are very appreciative with the fact that we're not just about who we work with, but how we do that. And hence you hear, and hence the 2 days are focusing on the industry, focusing on the business world, focusing on the outside world. We're getting away from inward looking now. We want to, what the VC complained about the funding, we want co-funding now happening to get us to train, to get us to the ecosystem of the academic life, to lead and link to the outside world and change the South Africa that we have. We want to have a different South Africa, the one that's relevant, the one that's responsive, the one that has a responsibility, and the one that responds to the challenges that we've seen. As I end, let's not just continue conceptualizing for operationalization and actionalization. English people, I know you're going to say there's no such a word, but I'm creative. But thank you so much for that. Let's accelerate for impact. Kyalibuha, Yabonga.
Thank you very much, Professor Miwa. And again, the reminder that this is about translational research. We really do need to think, how do we get those ideas, those concepts out there into the real world? And that is quite a difficult thing, because I think as academics and as scholars, we often enjoy staying in the conceptual space as opposed to really looking at how do we do the applied research. And again, the reminder that this is all part of an ecosystem. We are working on a pipeline here. And again, confirming the long-term ambitions behind the catalytic niche areas. So thank you very much for that, Professor Miwa. Right, colleagues, now for the exciting part of this morning. It is my distinct honor to introduce today's plenary speaker, a formidable voice for justice, a seasoned legal mind, and an unwavering advocate for principled leadership. Advocate Thembelile Mapipa is a distinguished legal practitioner with over 25 years of post-admission experience. She is an advocate of the High Court of South Africa, and her academic credentials include a B. Juris, an LLB, and an LLM, with specialization in advanced tax law, advanced corporate law, and constitutional law. Her extensive career spans across commercial law, corporate governance, compliance, risk management, and alternative dispute resolution. She has held a number of high-impact roles, including acting judge of the High Court in KwaZulu-Natal, panel member appointed by the Minister of Transport to the Court of Marine Inquiry, and chairperson and member of various tribunals, boards, and governance committees in both the public and private sector. As the founder of Legal and Mediation Matters, Inc., and through her tenure at the Moses Kutane Research Institute, where she has served as executive manager for corporate services and more recently as acting CEO, Advocate Mapipa has demonstrated visionary leadership. Notably, she played an instrumental role in drafting the MKRI bill, which was recently assented into law and gazetted in KwaZulu-Natal, making a significant milestone in institutional governance and research policy in the province. She's also an active member of Women in Maritime South Africa, where she leads the marketing and communications portfolio within the organization's governance structure. Yet another reflection of a commitment to inclusive development and ethical leadership. Today, she brings to this symposium a message both timely and profound. In an era that demands catalytic thinking and principled action, we are privileged to gain insight from a speaker whose work exemplifies the fusion of legal integrity, social justice, and institutional transformation. Please join me in welcoming to the podium Advocate Mapipa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank Prof for such a warm welcome and introduction. Thank you to the VC for opening the floor for us. Thank you to Prof Mayiwa for covering for summarizing the purpose of the symposium. I'm worried because both leaders who have just spoken before me have touched on some of the parts of my presentation. I would like to stand on the protocol that has been observed. I am honored to be part of this auspicious occasion. Even more humbled to see women leaders that have just spoken before me. No offense to you, Prof. The leaders that have just spoken before me. I was just telling VC as I was introduced to her this morning that she looks like my principal who trained me in the legal field, Judge Nompimulelo Khatebe. That's the woman who shaped me into the person I am today. I have been in practice, as it has been mentioned, but I'm now more linked to the work that the academic institutions do. I am a part of the executives of the Moses Kotane Research Institute, which is based in KwaZulu-Natal, but we work across the country, and that's the reason why we are here today, to support the work, the wonderful work that Unisa is doing, and the plans that they have to deal with untapped areas, if I may put it like that. So my talk is more on this, the research that has been done by the Moses Kotane Research Institute recently on the future skills. But I will be, excuse me, focusing more on the maritime part of the areas that still needs to be worked on. Excuse me. As research has shown that maritime is still an area or a sector or industry that has still has a huge skills gap, particularly for women. As it has been mentioned earlier, that I not only represent the Moses Kotane Research Institute, I also represent the WOMESA, which is the Maritime Women in South Africa and Eastern Africa. The mission of which is to make sure that we attract as many women as possible into the industries that are still lacking in terms of women representation, particularly women in maritime in this instance. So as the Moses Kotane Research Institute, we have done some research recently. Oh, by the way, we are not an academic institution. We are an arm of government under the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. Our role in this space is to coordinate and facilitate research, mainly economic research, and on the development side, we have two pillars, research and development. On the development side, our role is to coordinate and facilitate skills development, either skilling, upskilling, or reskilling. So we work a lot with academic institutions such as Unisa. Hence we are here. We have signed with most universities, signed MOUs and cooperation agreements. Unisa's agreement, I believe, is still on the desk, but it has been submitted. We are finalizing it. So we are part of this family, because I know that the VC will not miss the opportunity of signing with us as the Moses Kotane Research Institute. And yes, Professor Miwa, we're coming to Mpumalanga as well to work with you. All right, so that is the work of the Moses Kotane Research Institute. So recently we have done some research on the skills gaps. As I've indicated, our work integrates evidence-based research, policy support, skills development, innovation facilitation, to promote the economic growth in mostly the area of KwaZulu-Natal, and we also support other provinces as required in terms of the MOUs that we have with other provinces. If there are other universities represented here, we are coming to your area very soon. So through coordinated programs and research funding and collaborations, we support the economic growth, and we align the priorities of the various provincial governments with what the industry needs. So we assist the provincial governments to identify what the industries in their area needs in terms of the skills, and we coordinate the training and placements. So our part is not only focusing on the academic studies, we also look at the short skills that can assist those who are already academics and maybe want to reskill themselves or upskill themselves in case they don't find employment in whatever they would have studied. We assist them to identify where the areas are in the industry so that they can redirect themselves. With universities, we assist with the curriculum development that will be aligned with the industry needs, so that we don't have, or we have less of graduates who are jobless or who don't know what to do with their qualifications. We do also open up business opportunities and support entrepreneurs for those who want to do business with their qualifications. We facilitate funding. We assist those who are in the innovation space who come to us with their ideas that they have identified. We assist them to patent their innovative ideas. We assist them to bring them to life. We have a panel of patent lawyers that we work with as the entity to assist the up-and-coming innovators free of charge because we are an arm of government. So if you come to us as an innovator, we protect your idea, and then we also assist you to bring it to life, and thereafter assist you to bring your product to the market so that you can earn your living through your innovative ideas. So I think you can see my presentation. We did some research and we participated in the Curriculum Change Symposium and Graduate Career Fair in 2022 to do exactly what I have just explained. So the overview of the research that we have conducted. Our studies highlighted the following: the critical skills mismatch that we observed in the province, particularly where training supply has not kept the pace with the industry demands in critical sectors such as the maritime, renewable energy, green economy, manufacturing and climate change, as well as other industries, as the previous speakers have alluded to, and as we will see as the day progresses, or the symposium progresses today and tomorrow, I'm sure we will be guided, and we will identify other areas where there are still gaps in terms of the curricula that as universities we provide versus what the industry is looking for in terms of employment of the graduates that we produce, or the businesses that can sustain them as entrepreneurs as they leave the university. So we highlight the evidence we highlighted the evidence of underrepresentation of youth and women in these areas that I've mentioned, and some of the areas that have been mentioned and will be discussed later in the day. We noticed that there is an underrepresentation of youth, particularly women, And I'm happy to see that there's quite a number of women in this room who will take this information and make sure that they go and implement it in their various constituencies, and bring more women to the fore to participate in these unique sectors that are still needing women to support them. And again, no offense to the men. The men have been in this for quite a long time. Now it is our time to thrive. Okay, so we have also observed a digital divide which permeates multiple sectors and subsequently hinders the equitable access to opportunities within the evolving digital economy. So another study we conducted, we looked at KZN industry preparedness for these future skills that the universities are producing. So the findings from that study indicates that the adoption level of digital technologies by industries and their level of preparedness, particularly in the public sector, remains very low due to the number of barriers, including the lack of awareness, which we have to go out there and make sure that people are aware of what we are offering as the academic institutions and what they can get out of the curricula that we are providing. So there is a lack of awareness regarding the benefits. There's also a lack of resources in various forms, financial constraints, which is common to the communities that we come from. Also identified the poor technological infrastructure and the low digital skills. I'm happy that the VC mentioned that Unisa will be, we will soon launch an airport where they will be providing aviation courses. That got me very excited, you know, because I didn't know that a university can have an airport. So it will be the first of its kind. It will be the first of its kind. Yeah, so I'm quite excited, and I would like to be part of that launch, Prof. I'm inviting myself with your permission. So the key recommendations that emerge from the study to ensure the preparedness for the future include investment in basic infrastructure, which is what Unisa has already done and will be launching soon, considering that some industries such as agriculture and those in the informal sector are still lagging behind in terms of access to basic infrastructure. So moving on to the part that I wanted to concentrate on, which is the maritime industry. So the maritime sector is at a crossroads. So with digital transformation, climate commitments, and global competition demand that we reimagine apologies for that. So I'm saying that the digital transformation, climate commitments, and the global competition demand that we reimagine how the sector operates. So the vision here is to equip the workforce and industry with future-ready tools so that the graduates that we produce are able to get into the industry and make their qualifications work. So if the industry is not ready with the tools that our graduates need, then that's a problem. So on the part of the women in maritime, we are trying to liaise with industry together with academic institutions so that they are aligned to avoid the gaps between the graduation and the workforce or the industry. So we trying to ensure that there is preparedness on both sides, on the academic sides and on the industry side. So what are the key enablers? So the key enablers that we've identified are the skills, innovation, and sustainable technologies, as we have mentioned. So because we're coming from Durban, our research was mainly based on the coastal opportunities, which is mainly our two ports, not airports, two ports, one being in Durban and another one being in Richards Bay, which are the two vital nodes of our global supply chain in terms of the maritime. Of course, we are not limited to the coastal areas in terms of opportunities. We do have opportunities also available inland, since we are inland now at in Pretoria. For inland, we have dams that we can use as a business in the maritime industry. I know that there is Arte, it's called Artis. There's a lot of business that is going on there. So you don't really have to have a port to do business in maritime. So there are opportunities such as a small vessel skipper training and certification for short courses that you can do to enhance your academic qualifications if you are operating inland. You also have an opportunity, even as a university, of establishing smaller branches around your areas where you can establish maritime education skills centers for shorter skills that will take your graduates straight to the business, straight to the market, whether it's their own business or employment. So you also have an opportunity of enhancing dry port services in a form of major inland logistic nodes, like in the City Deep in Johannesburg, Pretcon in Pretoria, here where we are, Komati Port, Bloemfontein, Belleville. There's a Belleville Act where you can where there is a container, where they have container hubs and multimodal freight transfer centers. So we do have an opportunity of establishing smaller training centers that will equip our graduates with more practical maritime skills that will enhance their opportunities of either business or employment in life after graduation. So looking at the South Africa's maritime sector, so at the heart of economic strategy, KZN alone handles more than 60% of SA's cargo throughout Durban as the busiest container port, and Richards Bay as a global bulk export leader. So why do we have to future-proof the maritime skills? So according to the IMO 2020 plans, climate commitments require emission-free shipping. So we need to be looking at how do we prepare our graduates and how do we prepare the industry for the emission-free shipping in the future. Excuse me. This will also help protect the environment. We also considered global competition is increasing via smart ports, e.g. in Singapore, when we did some research in other areas outside South Africa, we noted that Singapore and Rotterdam have smart ports. Looking at the innovation and technologies that we want to embark on, these are the areas that under Maritime we need to be looking at and adopt as South Africa. So we're not limited to what we can provide here at home. We do have to look at other countries and see what they are doing and bring that back home. We also noted the digital disruption in the form of AI, automation, remote operations, and blockchain that are reshaping how the maritime business is done. So, as we always look to improve the lives of our youth, we need to always think about what they do after graduation to avoid having unemployed youth even after graduation. Excuse me. So what are the skills development challenges that we have identified? So the major human capital gaps in the maritime sector that have been identified include the following. So the outdated training curricula, which is the areas that we believe as the Moses Kotane Research Institute that if we work closely with the universities such as yourselves at Unisa, we can assist to deal with these challenges. So many institutions still follow the pre-digital maritime education models. I'm not sure about Unisa, but our research indicated that most of our academic institutions still use the pre-digital education models. With just theory, it's not easy for the learners to really understand what really happens in the real world in terms of maritime and other sectors, as the symposium will unpack later. So we also realized that there's a shortage of hybrid skills. So few professionals are trained in both seamanship and digital technologies. So we need to invest more on the hybrid skills and get more seamanship and who are trained in digital space in maritime. We also found that there is limited representation, as I have indicated previously in my previous slide, of women and youth in maritime roles, especially in the technical and leadership positions. So let's look into that in terms of what we provide in our curriculum and make sure that we try and close those gaps. So we also identified gap in compliance training in that future maritime officers need better grounding in sustainability, cybersecurity, and regulation. We, on this one, we sampled the MAPO, the SOLAR, the IMO 2021 cyber rules. And we thought that we could copy from those and merge those into our South African academic institutions and training institutions, to ensure that we are we keep up with the world and the requirements of the industry. So the stats show that the ICS reports 400% increase in cyber incidences between year 2020 and 2023. With that, many seafarers lack training in handling green fuel systems or smart port software. So these are the areas that, some of the areas that we as academic institutions need to look at and try and close those gaps. So what are the skills development solutions that we propose? We propose a curricular modernization, which will include courses on maritime cybersecurity, green technology, remote operations, AI, and data analytics. In the workplace, we propose workplace-based learning in the form of scale leaderships and apprenticeships via TVETs and maritime academics, with the private sector co-funding these training programs. It is important that we collaborate as academic institutions. We collaborate with the private sector, because some of the requirements are very costly for us as by us I mean you as academic institutions to supply. For maritime industry, the technological aspects of it may be too expensive for the budgets that we have as universities. But if we collaborate, and I noted the two previous speakers mentioned collaborations, particularly the VC. It is important for academic institutions to collaborate with the private sector for not only funding, but also to understand what the industry needs so that they train accordingly. So we also, as solutions, identified partnerships in action that will assist us to leverage on existing relationships. We, as the Moses Kotane Research Institute, had identified universities that we planned to partner with at the time that we prepared this presentation. So the benchmark samples that we had done was the Singapore Maritime Transformation Program, which uses micro-credential and AR or VR simulators and lifelong learning pathways. According to the results of that benchmarking, 28% reduction in port turnaround times and 15% production in terms of boosting production. So the recommendations that we had made were for KZN, but they can equally apply to the other provinces, that we do need upskilling of maritime educators in a form of train the trainer, or training our own lecturers in the academic institutions to train other trainers in the smaller centers that I mentioned earlier, that we need to establish as part of the universities. I know that you do have sub schools that fall under you. You have an opportunity of establishing maritime centers, just like you have the business part of the university. So we need to establish maritime skills innovation hubs with a simulation-based learning, so that they can see what they're learning practically in those centers. So we need to try and get scholarships, more scholarships for women and youth, so that we encourage them to embark on the training that supports, amongst other areas, niche areas that we are still going to talk about, that will assist them to learn more on these niche areas that we want them to focus on. So under technology and innovation, we looked at IA and automation. So we discovered that there is the rise in AI and automation in the maritime industry is already here. We just need to take advantage of it and see how that can assist our maritime industry, from the learners up to what we produce for the industry. I won't go too much because you can see the slides, but we just need to emphasize more on the technology and innovation in the form of AI and automation in the maritime industry. So we need to, as the country, invest more on our ports and make our ports smart ports for a more efficiency and resilience. So in summary, for the maritime industry to keep up with the current technological needs, we need to invest more as academics into training on Internet of Things, blockchain logistics, digital twin technology, amongst other things. On the innovation for competitiveness, there is still a lot to be done by academic institutions to align with the industry. Again, in the interest of time, I won't go through everything line by line. As you can see, we do need to have partnerships with industry and academics. So we need to think more on the triple P partnerships, which is public-private partnerships, for us to work together and make sure that we close those gaps that are currently there and improve on the output on the maritime industry. So the strategic recommendations that we have include the following: the modernization of training and curricula, the investment in infrastructure and innovation, the research and development skills for decarbonization, the champion inclusive maritime innovation, and anchor collaboration, which includes government, academia, and industry. That is the end of my presentation. And again, I thank you for the opportunity of inviting me to talk to you. In my industry, I'm not shy, but today I'm shy. You know why I'm not shy in my industry? Because I don't see people, I only see the judge. So this time I'm on this side, I see people. I see people. So now I was a bit intimidated and nervous, and I do apologize for that. Next time I'll do better, and I will join the academia now. I want to be a doctor.
Colleagues, join me in thanking Advocate Mapipa for being here today. Just a small token of our appreciation. Where's the photographer? There. She was here just now. Right, colleagues, very interesting. And I think what you also picked up is how the catalytic niche areas all intersect with one another, because we could hear elements of 4IR coming into this, the issues around energy, the issues around aviation, and many others. So very interesting how everything intersects at some point. Colleagues, we are running a little bit behind schedule, but I do want us to spend a little bit of time in terms of Q&A. So, Advocate Mapipa, if you can maybe come back to the podium and assist with maybe some of the questions and answers, please. Right, colleagues, so I see we already have two hands. Professor, and the third hand, so we can take segments of three. There's another hand there from another applicant. Three. Right, let's start.
Thank you, Session Chair. You know, I don't raise questions. I just want to appreciate, maybe it's, okay, I'm told to use the mic. I don't raise questions. I want to start by appreciating the VC. I think we are as disruptive as we need you to be. I think for us to own an airport, something that is important, and I'm talking about the ship, the vessels for our research in marine coming next. At Unisa, I say marine is the mother of catalytic niche areas. That at times gets me into trouble. But for real, your presentation is showing that really we can network a lot of other catalytic niche areas into marine. And we are busy developing curriculum now for Unisa. Two programs are coming up. One that is advanced is from the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Bachelor of Marine Studies. But they've thrown back one other program that is going to come to commerce, law, which is going to look into maritime. So when we are presenting, I just got excited in terms of the insight that we are needing. Actually, we needed in terms of crafting that curriculum into the maritime. We're already collaborating with the University of Technology. There's an MOU coming as well that is being driven from the environmental science, which is interesting. And we are busy activating our 7 coastal campuses to deal with marine. So actually, we should be the university that has got the largest footprint in terms of dealing with the marine ocean observation in maritime and coastal resilience issues as Unisa. Maybe you do not know. We have 7 coastal campuses, by the way.
Oh,
and we are stretched across the entire coast. My team is busy working around virtual reality. It's also busy working around geospatial laboratory. And also we are working on the digital twin. We are going to experiment with the East London campus to start with, as we revamp our spaces there to engage. But I'm really excited about what we have brought. One area that we've established we might need to have a short learning program is around underwater sea husbandry. And we are saying, how do we bring the youth into dealing with that, including young women, people living with disability as well, in terms of coastal access. But I think why we're excited, there's a session coming, and we have cut our work short in terms of what we want to do, emerging areas, how we link climate change and other issues, and I think we are doing a great work. Let me conclude by saying 2026, we are coming to Durban. September, October, there is a big conference coming on, international conference, ocean, maritime, and coastal resilience called COMRE. So we are already talking to ICC, Itequini, and I'm sure we are going to come to your table so that we can partner. Thank you.
Can I respond one by one before I forget? Thank you so much for the comments. Positive. I'm waiting for him to look at me. Thank you so much for the comments and the positive feedback. I'm happy that you've already started. I'm excited that you already have coastal colleges. What excites me the most is that you're already working with DUT, where we, as the Moses Kotane Research Institute, established a maritime simulator lab. So it's already there. I launched it last year when I was acting CEO, which was funded through our coordination. So you can quote me to say that they should allow you to use that lab. It's fully fledged already. If you need to take your students there, you can even do it virtually, connect virtually. There is a brand new maritime simulator lab at DUT, which was established by the Moses Kotane Research Institute through funding. So we can do the same for Unisa, if you're nice to us. And with the other curriculum that you are developing, we are more than willing, as the Moses Kotane Research Institute, to assist you in that regard. We can talk after this.
Thank you so much, Advocate, for presenting. Though you felt you were shy, but this was impactful. My maybe request is a possibility of including recognition of prior learning, because we have a lot of people that are working in the industry, but they are not trained. So, which then leads to them always remaining at the bottom line of the pool, if I may use that. Then it denies mostly the women to actually get to the strategic position in this particular industry. Secondly, I'm glad Prof. Namo has mentioned the issue of inclusion of people with disabilities, because there's many of them that might have skills. We have some of them that are in legal studies, that are in different fields actually, that could contribute in this particular field. So it then talks to how do we sort of assist them in articulating into this, even if some of them might not have mathematics and science. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the comments. Starting with the RPL, recognition of prior learning. That is very critical. A lot of people are being held back because they don't have the certificate. They know they've been working in the industry with maybe informal training. That's part of the work we do as the Moses Kotane Research Institute to assist them to get the certificates. But obviously there are certain programs that you have to follow to get them there. We work with CETAs in that regard. So we do encourage the recognition of prior learning so that people can either start their own businesses now with certificates and the correct accreditations, or be employed with through those certificates. And the nice thing about that, there is no age limit. Yeah, there's no age limit. There may be an age limit in employment, but in your own business, there's no age limit. You can do whatever, whenever you are ready. Hence, we are asking that the PPP, public-private partnerships, assist those people to be ready for either employment or their own businesses. You also mentioned that people with disabilities, there's a lot under Maritime that can be done by people with disabilities. Maritime doesn't necessarily need that you in the water or swimming. There's a lot that you can do behind the desk. At DUT, they will show you what you can do sitting in the office through that simulator lab that I'm mentioning. There is quite a lot.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. I'm Advocate Nsaluba from the College of Law, and I would like to start off to recognize the executive that is here and everyone who's participating in person or virtually. And thank you to VC and our leader from research for the introduction. Mine relates to, I think I would like to lean on what Prof. Namo has just indicated, but I will use a different perspective, that Africa is littoral. So if Africa is littoral, we rather stay at sea because the wealth is at sea. Now, dealing with the littoral Africa, allow me to go to border safeguarding. I just want to check two things. If you currently have, you've spoken about PPPs, and I'm looking at the possibility of us servicing then capabilities that are dealing with border safeguarding, whether it's air, sea, cyberspace, airspace. And looking at what is happening currently, what the sea is about in terms of communications, and what happens if then we have a problem with this disturbance of the cables at sea. My question then deals with the issue of border safeguarding. Do you have programs that are focused at that, given the littoral space we are in and the maritime being the zone where a lot of business happens? The second one, allow me to reflect on the session we had with the Navy in East London on the World Hydrography Day. One of the questions which I'm going to pose to you was asked by one of the SMMEs. And the question was, we hear everything in the English, but what is hydrography bringing to us as SMMEs? And again, linked to border safeguarding and the littoral Africa and deep sea mining. What is the package that maybe you have now or in future in dealing with issues of hydrography? Because one, in terms of the ships, we still need more ships. We need vessels of various kinds that are purely South African, manufactured by our own kids. What's your view on that? Thank you.
Let me start with the last comment. It is said that we don't have ships manufactured in South Africa. It's a sad reality. That is something that we need to work towards. Whatever marine or maritime work that we do for, in terms of the sea, we do that for the international world. I like the part where you say we must be purposeful as Africa, so that we don't only concentrate on the international part and forget ourselves. We have a challenge, ladies and gentlemen, that we don't have a ship that has been built in South Africa. Let's take the challenge and make sure that we have our own ship. It may not be done by one entity, but through collaborations, we can make it happen so that whatever we do, at least we know that there's a ship that flies our flag and goes out there to make money for us here in South Africa. So yes, let's take the challenge as the academic institutions, as the business, and I'm happy to see that there are business people in the maritime industry in this room, because it doesn't end with a graduation, and you don't have to be employed. You can have your own business. I just said now that the nice thing about business, you retire when your body cannot take it anymore. Programs, there's still a gap. There is still a gap, but we're looking into coordinating all those gaps, and hence we are working with academic institutions and the colleges, including the TVET colleges. But we are aware of the challenges, and I'm sure after this symposium, we would have identified more challenges that we need to deal with and make sure that we do something to close those gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take 3 more questions, and then we need to wrap up. So question 1, question 2, and question 3.
Thank you, Advocate Mapipa, for sharing those forward-looking initiatives with us. And I want to place gender and indigenous development at the center of our deliberations right from the outset. You flagged your Women in Maritime mentorship networks. And I think in our catalytic niche area work, we need to focus both on hybrid time, both on 4IR and innovation, and link that also to our desire for indigenous development. And a quick story about a scientist I spoke to, a PhD candidate at UCT, who was in the Southern Ocean on our Makeba ship, the Essa Agulhas 2, in December. And now he's preparing again to go on the Goch expedition. And this young student is having to build her own machine from bits and pieces of old machinery because of the extent of the budget cuts that are impacting on science in the country. what this means is that all the usual uphill and obstructions that young women, black women face in those kinds of sectors, the temptation to leave becomes very strong. So this young scientist, and as a mother, it pains me because she's considering leaving the country. So, because there are better science opportunities elsewhere, if in your PhD studies you are struggling to put machines together. So what I'm saying is there's a link between the broader economic developments that are happening in the country and the way in which research budgets are often seen as soft targets for these economic decisions. And we have to defend our budgets and argue along the lines of the necessity of retaining our scientists and not losing our emerging scientists. So your Women in Maritime Mentorship Network should be a national initiative. There should be strong support. I know universities do a lot of mentorship programs already, but a special effort to ensure that we don't lose our scientists. I mean, if our birds fly, they fly. That we can't stop. But it should not be, because the link to indigenous development, lastly, is that people lose so much when they leave. They gain a lot, but they also lose connection with their land, with their people, with their African identities. So understanding the importance of purpose in our science, how our indigeneity influences our scientific purpose and commitment, that is something we also need to infuse our young scientists with to retain them. Thank you so much, Kelly-Boa.
Thank you so much for the comments and suggestions. Yes, as WOMESA, we are for mentoring the young women and bringing them into the industry and mentoring them in the industry. The challenges that we have is the limitation of the curriculum that can be taken by women in the maritime industry. It's almost the same challenge as the disabled people, because not everyone can go and work at sea. Let me tell you about the very depressing challenge of women who undertake the seafarer courses, because they have to go to sea, and once they're at sea, they can't have kids, so their lives stop, because you're not allowed to be pregnant whilst you're working at sea, because you are traveling the world with this ship, going around the world with this ship, leaving your partner. If you already have a husband, you're leaving your husband, you travel for months, so you can't fall pregnant. If you want to start your family, you have to stop. You either resign if you are only a seafarer, you have to resign, then start your family, or don't have a family until your biological clock ticks. It's a challenge for women. Hence, we are trying to broaden the curriculum to not only include working in the waters, but also outside the water. There's a lot that can happen within maritime, outside the water, that can allow you as a woman, as a young person in South Africa to work in the industry. There's opportunities in the freight, on the roads, because that's linked to maritime. You go to the harbor, you transport goods on the road, transport goods by air, you warehouse. There's also opportunities in the warehousing for business people who may be thinking, what's in it for me in maritime if I haven't studied maritime? You can establish a warehouse where goods from the harbor can be stored before they leave to their various destinations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Advocate Mapipa. I just want first to direct my comment to Prof. Namo before I come to you. Prof. Namo, thank you so much for the sterling work that we have started in the Eastern Cape, particularly in East London. But my plea is for you to extend to the area which is the eastern side of the Eastern Cape, which is the former Transkei. Fortunately, Advocate Mapipa and myself are coming from that area. The area, it has got so many challenges, which includes very high unemployment rate of young people. And the socio-economic status of that area is not so good at all. That is why even our Chancellor, at the time when he was the president, he identified it as node number 1 in terms of poverty levels. So I just want to request that we do not forget that area. And also just to come to you, Advocate Mapipa, to say, are there any considerations for that area? And especially that you have mentioned that you're also working under the arm of government. And also to highlight that last week we had a stakeholder engagement with the OR Tambo District Municipality. And we also touched on this area that today you were presenting on. So if you can be able to come on board and partner with us so that we can improve the socio-economic status of the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mkhaya, my homie. We are working with the municipality, just forgetting the name, but in Sodwana Bay. We have trained quite a few marinas in the Sodwana Bay, trained business people there. That area is very rich in fisheries in terms of maritime. So because there are dams, so people in that area do fishing. So ours was to intervene by training them how to commercialize, formalize and commercialize their fishing hobbies, turn the hobby of fishing into business. Last year, working with the MEC of Economic Development in KZN, we even launched a fisheries company, and they were supplied with, this big refrigeration to store their fish, and a legal lab to do the fish cleaning and packaging. So our government is doing something in the area of the Eastern Cape. Wherever we are called, we do come. But I want to challenge the municipalities and the leadership of other municipalities to look into maritime opportunities in their areas. You know, there's even sports, skiing, water sports, where there are dams. That is part of maritime. Training people to how to ride a boat, or even boat building. Boat building is another area that we, as the Institute, coordinate training for. So if I indicated earlier that we don't have ships in South Africa, but we do have boats. We have trained a lot of boat builders. We have built a lot of boats in South Africa, not as the Institute, obviously. So there is an opportunity there of boat building, boat repairs as a business or as employment for your graduates who have done maritime. Fisheries, dam, water sports, there are many areas that your graduates can participate in after graduating maritime studies.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Advocate, for the great presentation. while you saw the advocate side, we saw the judge side. So thank you for that great presentation. We are also setting up a Sustainability Engineering and Future Technologies Center that will look at research, innovation, and applications for IR, different technologies, and digitalization. So we're really excited to see those areas where you say there's need for training, for SLPs, for research and for innovation that we can really work and collaborate on. I also wanted to say that we have extended through this flagship a link to Kuhne Logistics University in Germany, which is sponsored by a Fortune 100 company, number 57 in the world, really very big on maritime. I think you know Kuhne Nagel is worldwide a big company. I think the idea is to spy on them, learn from them, and see what we can adapt and produce locally and do something locally. And also thanks to the presentations by all the protocols observed and by the Vice Chancellor and Vice Principal. Just to indicate that we also have a link to Göttingen University of Applied Sciences, which is a campus actually within Airbus grounds that we can link up. They every year glide and teach their aeronautical students the basics of flying without power. So I think they also do powered flights and collaborate with Airbus and other big companies. So again, a spying angle that can actually benefit the idea of the Unisa airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. I think they were more of affirmations of the need for us as the Triple P to work together towards achieving what we want to achieve in these niche areas. We are available as the Moses Kotane Research Institute and HOMESA to work with industry, to work with academia, to work with students even, to take this matter forward. Thank you.
Right, colleagues, I know there's many more questions, but unfortunately we are behind schedule, and it impacts then the panelists that needs to join virtually as such. But we'll allow the VC a last quick comment.
It's okay, you can sit. I just thought I should thank Advocate for really raising important areas for us to pay attention to. I also thought it became very clear for us that our strategy cannot be compartmentalized. There were very interactive and intersecting areas that seem to invite our rethinking, even as we look at, perhaps we need a mapping of where these intersections of the catalytic niche areas converge. I thought it was very important and very powerful on the connections that you would have made. I just thought it was also important that we reaffirm in the university some of the sites of excellence in this area. At this point, as we are sitting here, Professor David Hedding, who's a geomorphologist at Unisa, has been doing work in the Antarctica that is associated with this catalytic niche area. At this point, is at Marion Island. I think we often because there's a great idea that you want to pursue that the country doesn't have a strength in, and that can help also propel the country and the university. So I'm reaffirming that we're committed to this agenda. We're bring first resources so that we enact excellence, but we will look at collaborators such as advocates so that we also create opportunities for early career scholars or undergraduate support so that we don't have the experience that a prof was just talking about, Darlene was just talking about just now. I think we shouldn't lose people to the global north, but if they go, we should support them so that they can support many of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VC. Right, colleagues, and this is exactly the purpose of the symposium, is to have these dialogues and to ultimately look at what is it that we need to do going forward. Colleagues, let's break here. We're going to have to cut the tea time a little bit to enable the next sessions to start and for the colleagues online to join us. So please, if you can limit it to 15 minutes. We're going to break up into the two... sorry? Yeah. Right. Colleagues, so after tea, we're breaking up into the two sessions. So the one is going to stay here, the one is in the Miriam Makeba hall. So please decide where you want to go and go there, and you can have your tea and your snacks and everything there, and then the session chairs will usher you into the venues as quickly as possible so that we can gain again on time. So colleagues, thank you very much for being with us this morning, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the symposium.
in advancing African aviation. First and foremost, allow me to pass apologies from Prof. Angelo Dube, who is the acting director of the School of Law and head of our aviation law working group, who is currently in Bloemfontein on other university business. He was supposed to chair this panel, but when pressing matters presented themselves in Bloemfontein, he needed to quickly fly there to attend to those. Secondly, I would also like to, pass apologies from Nandi, who is the other panelist, Ms. Nandi Sicha, who was also caught up in another agent engagement. And thirdly, of course, the third panelist from the Denton Law Firm, who could not be with us precisely because of other traveling, engagements that they were caught up. But of course, they do have a representative in the form of Bunolo. She is right at the back, and she will definitely be with us as an observer. My name is Advocate Konanani Hepiraligidia, and I'm an academic and a member of the Aviation Law Working Group at Unisa, and I'm of course standing in as a moderator in the absence of Prof. Dube. It is important to acknowledge the fact that across the globe, and especially here in Africa, we stand at a pivotal moment. Our skies are opening up, and with them come immense possibilities for economic growth, regional integration, and access to global markets. The African Union's vision is to bring about economic development through the single African air transport market, which followed from the Yamoussoukro decision. To this end, a seamless aviation market is what every member of the AU ought to be working towards and redirecting its resources to. The vantage point of aviation is that it is a catalyst for any economy, as evidenced by the large number of feeder industry such as logistics, tourism, higher education, manufacturing, security, and others. However, it is worth noting that aviation's promise cannot be realized without three indispensable pillars. Of course, the first one is a well-trained and future-ready workforce. Secondly, the robust regulatory oversight. And thirdly, of course, a legally coherent safety and accountability framework. Our discussion today is situated against a backdrop of urgent realities. The global aviation industry is still grappling with pilot shortages, a critical gap in air traffic controllers, and a rising demand for remotely piloted aircraft operators or the drone pilots. This demand has heightened since COVID-19, and this is due to the industry going back to its full operation. Closer to home, the South African Civil Aviation Authority's latest demographic report paints a sobering picture. Our industry remains poorly transformed, particularly when it comes to race, gender, and youth inclusion. We must admit that indeed the aviation sector remains highly untransformed. We must therefore ask ourselves, how do we build an aviation workforce that is not only diverse, but also equipped to meet the technological and regulatory demands of the 21st century? From the legal lens, we must also reflect on how regulation responds or fail to respond to accidents, safety oversights, and accountability gaps. A case in point is the tragic crash of the South African Civil Aviation Authority Cessna Citation aircraft with registration number ZA/CAR, which is pronounced Zulu Sierra Charlie Alpha Romeo, near George in the Southern Cape in 2020. The aircraft was conducting a calibration flight when it crashed, killing all three occupants. Ironically, These 3 employees come from the very same authority, which is the South African Civil Aviation Authorities, which is responsible for oversight. This incident exposed systematic challenges in accident investigation, institutional accountability, and regulatory transparency. We have our panelist, Dr. Brian Suckling, who prefers me to call him Brian, who has conducted a doctoral study that delves into South Africa's accident and incident investigation regime. His research offers a critical lens into how our institutional framework may be improved, both in alignment with international best practices and in defense of public confidence. I think it would be more prudent of me to also read his bio. Dr. Brian Suckling completed his second doctorate in 2025 with the University of South Africa under the able, of course, supervision of Prof. Angelo Dube. In addition of the following, he holds the following qualifications: B. Juris from Unisa, MBA from Henley Management College in the UK, Doctor of Business Administration, which is the DBA from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, LLB from Unisa, LLM from Unisa, and of course the recent, LLD from Unisa. He has under his cap several ICAO and other AITA courses that further enhanced his expertise in aviation. Dr. Suckling is a pilot with vast experience, having started his career within the South African Air Force, where he served as a fast jet mirage pilot specializing in formation aerobatics, low-level photo reconnaissance, and airspace coordination with civil aviation authorities between 1967 and 1971. Armed with an airline transportation license, Dr. Suckling flew the flag of South African Airways as a captain between 1972 up until his retirement in 2012. His experience includes airline captain on all Boeing 737 and Boeing 747 fleets, including Airbus A340 and 319/320. Management standards captain on all Boeing 737 and Boeing 747 fleets, including the Airbus. He's specializing with airline on international safety, operational safety audit, standards, regulatory compliance as well. And he was also the captain of the Boeing 737 fleet based in Durban. He has accumulated 23,500 flying hours in the South African Airways. His areas of expertise includes aviation, business development, litigation, and legal consultancy. He comes with 54 years of experience in aviation with a strong understanding of regulatory issues, flight safety, and of course, environmental consideration. His vast catalogs of extensive academic qualifications facilitates personnel and change management, business development, and of course, entrepreneurship, including board management experience as a non-executive director with a major regulator and pension fund. He's got a variety of skills, of course, with his core skills including strategic planning and company analysis, commercial mediation and problem resolution, change management in large organizations, small business development and analysis, board level experience and negotiation skills, legal document preparation and analysis, and he's also a member, the advisory board member for the Flying Jurist. Having said that, I will then now, before I could sit, I will have to ask him one question. Brian, of course, your doctoral research under the able guidance of Prof. Dube examined the South Africa's accident investigation framework in light of the International Civil Aviation Organization standards. And in the case of the Cessna Citation crash, what were the most striking institutional failures that you have observed, and what does this suggest about the regulatory impartiality?
Thanks very much. Can everyone hear me quite clearly? It's wonderful to be here today, and thanks, Advocate Galia, for your introduction. And I was saying to Professor Labushkafni earlier today that I've been a student at Unisa since 1988 until June this year. It's the first time I've been invited into this wonderful place to chat to you all. So it's a huge opportunity for me to be here, and a great experience to discuss flight safety and aviation with you. The first question that was posed regards flight safety and the aircraft accident that occurred in George. And I would like right at the outset to say that in aircraft accident investigation, we're not trying to point fingers. What we're trying to do is find out the cause of the accident and prevent a recurrence. And in a similar vein, in a regulatory framework as we are discussing here in South Africa, we investigate a current situation, we compare it with best international practice, and then generate options for improvement. So we're looking to investigate issues where we see a problem, come up with options, and then see how we can move that particular situation ahead. This question involves the international aviation law. And there are two major components of international aviation law, and that's public international aviation law and private international aviation law. Now, the public international aviation law really is built up of a large number of conventions for the public space, whereas the private international aviation law, which revolved around the Warsaw Convention and later the Montreal Convention, relates to individual aspects of claims in aviation. For instance, if you were injured in an aircraft accident, or if you were a shipper, freight, you lost cargo on an aircraft, the private claim that you would have. We're dealing with public international aviation law, and the prime example of that is the Chicago Convention. And that was the topic of my thesis with Unisa, was how has South Africa complied with Annex 13 of the Chicago Convention? And I'll amplify more about what the Annex 13 meant. Now, the Chicago Convention was put together in 1944, right at the end of the Second World War, when aviation had developed tremendously, and there was a need now, as the war was coming to a close, to regulate international civil aviation. And what is most interesting is that in Africa, we had three large countries involved right back in 1944, and it was Egypt, Ethiopia, and South Africa, who were hugely instrumental in providing input into the Chicago Convention. Now, the Chicago Convention is made up of 96 articles. The first 42 actually govern international aviation law. Article 43 to 96 is the constitution of ICAO. Now, ICAO is the International Civil Aviation Organization, which governs international civil aviation around the world. Within those articles, they generated standards and required procedures, which are called SARPs, and they were then included in 19 ICAO annexes. Now, Those annexes all revolved around the regulation of safe international air travel. And what I was interested in my research was ICAO Annex 13, which was accident and incident investigation. Now, of those 19 annexes, there originally were 18. They added number 19, which is flight safety. And the other annexes, which are quite interesting, would be, for instance, Annex 1 is personnel licensing, Annex 8, which is airworthiness, 11, air traffic systems, Annex 14, which is aerodromes, and 19, which is flight safety. So you can see all the various annexes are very much involved around flight safety. Annex 13, the Chicago Convention, which I was homing in on my research, is very, very particular regarding aircraft accidents and incident investigation in terms of section 3.2 and 5.4, where they are absolutely adamant that aircraft accident investigation must be independent. It must be independent of government agencies, it must be independent of political intervention, it must be independent of any financial interest that anyone might have as a result of this aircraft accident. When I saw the Cessna citation accident and I saw the initial investigation by the South African Civil Aviation Authority, it suggested to me that this needed to be investigated because quite possibly the independence as required by ICAO Annex 13 might not have been present. So that was the thrust of my investigation. And when I did this investigation, I didn't just look at what's happening in South Africa with accident investigation. I had a look right across the world, and I homed in on 5 international agencies and countries. And they were the United States of America, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. And in every single one of those entities, they have an independent aircraft accident investigation division, separate from their civil aviation structures. So if you have a look at the United States, I'll just take the United States, Canada, and Australia just briefly because they are really good examples. In the United States, they have the National Transportation Safety Board, which investigates all transportation accidents, whether it's rail, road, aviation, maritime, pipelines. They investigate them. And just let's take aviation. The NTSB will investigate an aircraft accident, find out what went wrong, and then pass that information on to their Civil Aviation Authority, which is the FAA, Federal Aviation Authority. And then they deal with legislation or enforcement or oversight that is necessary to improve flight safety. The same happens in Canada. They've got the Transport Safety Board, which investigates all those 5 forms of transportation and relates it to the Transport Civil Aviation Division in Canada. The same in Australia, the Australian Transport Safety Board dealing with the civil aviation safety in Australia. 2 completely separate entities. One investigates, one regulates. In South Africa, the aviation is largely regulated by the South African Civil Aviation Act 13 of 2009. And within that Civil Aviation Act, it's very clear, as listed in the preamble to the Act, that there must be a Flight Safety Investigation Bureau, which must be independent, and that has been formulated in South Africa as the Accident Investigation Division, which operates at the moment within the South African Civil Aviation Authority. So that was where I homed in on. I thought, no, we need to investigate this. Let's come up with some options and see where this investigation takes us. And it was a very interesting journey, and I hope that answers your first part of your question.
Absolutely. And it also reminds me of, Doc, of the incident. I mean, 2024 was one of the most, unfortunate years in the aviation sector, considering the fact that in Malawi we had the vice president who perished in an aircraft accident, and also in Iran we had the president and also the minister of foreign affairs who all perished. So when we were actually giving that synopsis and an overview of the incidents as well as accident, investigations, it brings me back to that kind of scenario. So, given your background as both military and of course commercial pilot, how do you think practical operational insight can be integrated into the accident investigation and regulatory frameworks in South Africa?
That's a very interesting question and quite a difficult one to answer. I think the practical operational insights and into regulatory form is that we need to retain experienced personnel that we have in South Africa. And I heard it earlier on in the earlier speakers, the Vice Chancellor and I think it was Advocate Mapipa with Maritime, how we're losing staff overseas. And that is a huge thing with aviation as well, that we need to keep our experienced people and get them involved in aviation regulation. And the biggest thing of all is we are training people and they operate for a long period of time. And then they leave the industry and they're gone. And we look at what's happened here. I'm hopefully an example of someone that's got quite old in the industry, but what we have to do is we have to get our aviation professionals back, completing the cycle of getting all the experience within South Africa or wherever, coming around and transmitting that back into various agencies, whether it's the Civil Aviation Authority, whether it's in Unisa as we are here today, whether it's as I deal with a lot of legal companies, how we can rotate that experience and pass that on to our youngsters. Because if we just have training people and they just disappear continually, we're not, as a society, doing what we need to do for our youngsters. And that's what we need to do. We need to rotate professional people back into educational and managerial and oversight positions. And what we need to do is we can't look at South Africa only in isolation. What Professor Dube and I and others interested in aviation, we're trying to promote aviation in Africa. We're trying to promote flight safety in Africa. And in doing that, we need to coordinate the various interest groups right throughout Africa and also coordinate with the International Aviation Transport Association, IATA, which governs and regulates airline operations. We've got to deal with ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, plus all the African aviation entities. And what I feel that we need to develop some sort of forum to say, okay, we've got African aviation to a certain level, but we seem to be stalling. How do we move it ahead now to the next step? And I think that's the key question we need to look at now. And we need to develop a forum, and I've discussed this with Prof. Dube, with Unisa, and it also speaks to this catalytic niche areas that Unisa are developing as to how we can move flight safety and aircraft accident investigation ahead. Because it's terribly unfortunate in aviation is that we have big steps forward in flight safety after an accident. We had, as an example, we had the terrible accident of the South African Airways Helderberg, the Boeing 747 that crashed into the sea at Mauritius. Now it was only after that they said, oh no, we can't carry cargo in above deck cargo, behind the passengers in combi configuration. That we can't do that anymore. But it took a massive accident for that to preempt that positive step forward. And various accidents throughout aviation history have shown that it's only after an accident that we wake up and do something positive about it. So the practical operational insight, we've got to rotate that experience. But we've got to get our youngsters back, and we've got to all get involved as a society and retain our experience.
Thank you very much. Indeed, this also brings the issue of brain drain, which has been addressed. And last week on Monday, if not this week, there was supposed to be a strike. I think a labor dispute at the, if not SAA, it should be Fly SA. So that should also tell you that sometimes even labor-related issues are contributing to this kind of a brain drain, and other international aviation, companies like Ethiopia Airlines and others, Qatar Airways, they tend to poach and also see that there's a challenge of, not really paying, pilots, maybe as informed by lack of transformation in other instances. So, but in your view, what legal mechanism should be introduced or strengthened to ensure transparent, independent, and accountable accident investigations in South Africa and across the continent?
I'm so pleased you asked me that question, because that was the conclusion of my thesis, is to have a look at where we're going with accident investigation. And it was loud and clear in the research that I did in South Africa and right across the world that we really need to develop an independent transport accident and incident investigation board in South Africa. And I'll say that again, we need to create an independent transport accident incident investigation board in South Africa. And that will investigate road, rail, air, maritime, and pipeline incidents and accidents. We need to have a separation from investigation to oversight and regulation. And I'm sure you'll all agree that our major road accidents it's catastrophic in South Africa, and there needs to be something done about it, and we need an independent entity that can look at it. And also with aviation, fortunately, we've been very lucky with, fortunate, or however you'd like to look at it, we haven't had any major aircraft accidents in South Africa for an awful long time. But we need to follow the ICAO example. Now, ICAO have recommended the Canadian example, where they have their Transport Safety Board and they have their Civil Aviation Authority. And they reckon that structure is absolutely vital in a country to investigate transportation accidents, in order to have that separation of investigation and regulation. And I'd just like to give you an example of an aircraft accident that occurred that showed how these two separate entities can work really well. And it was a very unfortunate aviation accident in the United States of America. A DC-9 aircraft, which is a small twin-engine jet aircraft, normally takes about 80 to 120 people. It was value jet 592 was the flight. It took off from Miami. And not long into the flight, they started getting smoke in the cabin, and they couldn't contain it, and they weren't sure where the smoke was coming from. It got worse and worse, penetrated the cabin, penetrated the whole cabin, the flight deck, and they lost control of that aircraft, and they crashed in the Everglades swamps not far from Miami. It was a massive investigation. They had to dig that aircraft and everything out of the swamp area in the Everglades. And what did they find? Extensive investigation by the National Transport Safety Board, separate board. And what they found was that that aircraft was transporting redundant oxygen generator containers that were redundant and should have been shipped by road. But they put them on the aircraft because it was quicker to get there. Now, the chemicals involved in oxygen generate a massive amount of heat. And somehow or other, these containers self-generated, huge heat, went on fire, caused the loss of the aircraft. So the National Transportation Safety Board said, but how did those containers get on that aeroplane? Huge investigation, should never have been there. A whole bunch of safety regulations were not observed. So what they said was, this can't happen again, and they put in place a whole variety of investigative procedures. And not only that, they said, but how come the flight deck crew didn't know about the smoke in that compartment, that cargo compartment? And at that particular time, there were what they called Class D cargo compartments in an aircraft, and the Class D cargo compartment in an aircraft is of a certain size and volumetric capacity. And because it was relatively small, and they only put suitcases in it, they said, well, we don't need to have smoke detection or fire detection or protection in it. And that changed radically. In future, all Class D cargo compartments, fire detection and extinguishing agents in them as well, protection. So the NTSB did the investigation, and then they said to the Federal Aviation Authority, you've got to do this, 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 and this, which they did. And it was a really good example of a separation of the investigation and the activation. And we have examples that have occurred in Australia as well, which I'm not sure we've got enough time to discuss them, but also separation of investigation and the Federal Aviation Authorities, the Civil Aviation Authorities, creating better oversight, putting in more investigation in, and ensuring that that never happens again. And as I mentioned earlier in our discussion, so sad, we lose an aircraft, now we find, oh, that's the problem, now we fix it. So what we're trying to do now in aviation is to be so proactive, try and keep ahead of the game, see what's going on, and see if we can prevent these sort of accidents occurring.
Thank you very much. And when I was reading your bio, I noticed that you have consulted, widely across, the African continent, and I would like to know what are the common weaknesses that you have observed in terms of regulatory oversight and accident investigations capacity, and how can the cross-border, operation improve it?
That's quite an interesting story. I might diverge just slightly as I answer that. When I was in South African Airways, I was there for 40 years as a pilot and captain for most of the time. And when I was there, I saw, hey, no, man, we've got to improve how we manage this airline. And I thought, well, I'm just a pilot. Maybe I should get myself educated. So I came to Unisa, got myself educated up the levels, went and did an MBA, and I said to SAA, here I am, use me. Not interested. So I thought, no, hang on, that's strange. So I went off and I did a doctorate in business administration, and no, not interested. So then, okay, this is a good exercise and a lesson to us all in life. When one door closes, you must look, see what you can do. Where are you going now? So it occurred to me that you're not meant to be involved in managing in this airline. You must be involved in looking what's happening in Africa, what's happening out there in civil aviation, what's happening in safety in Africa, because you've been flying over the African continent for years and years. You've seen all sorts of things going on there. Now let's see if we can improve. And that's what we're doing here at Unisa with Prof. Duke and where we're going. And to come back to your question as to what did I see there in Africa when I left the airline and became my own legal and aviation consultant. And what drove me to do this more positively was that the IATA statistics for African aviation safety don't make good reading. The latest worldwide safety statistics from IATA indicate that per 1 million flight sectors flown across the world, there are 1.13 accidents. In Africa, for every 1 million flights or sectors flown in Africa, 10.59 accidents. It's not good, eh? So that drove me to say, no, we've got to do something about this. We've got to do something about it. And when I was out there on the road and I consulted actively from south of Kenya all the way to Cape Town, what I found there is that regulatory oversight is inconsistent. Some days it's absolutely brilliant, some days it's not there at all. The air traffic control, which I experienced on a daily basis traveling, flying to Europe and back, some nights absolutely brilliant, some nights not there at all, vacant, and it was really concerning. And what I decided is obviously to get involved, and these are the things that I saw in Africa that needed investigation and needed a coordinated group, which we're trying to form now, is to improve safety in Africa and our accident investigations to resolve it. And what I also saw in Africa, and it was quite interesting because if I have a look here at the ICAO deliver what they call conduct the US OAP audit. It's called the Universal Safety Oversight Audit Process, which they go to all the countries in the world and have a look at all their aviation infrastructure and how they're working and how effective they are. And if I have a look at the latest findings, and I've accumulated the African US OAP results. Now the world average, the percentage average of compliance is 67%, which is not great. But when I had a look at what the African countries, I got quite a shock because some were brilliant and some were worse than terrible. And when I have a look, I see the result for Egypt, 83.47%. Morocco, 91.8%. Kenya, 87%. Ethiopia, Ethiopia, 91.59. South Africa, 92.56, which was done the latest audit in 2023. So we have variances, and the thing that struck me most of all was when I was out there stomping on airfields and having a look at all sorts of situations. In Africa, we have from the most brilliant to not so great. And what amazed me was this US OAP audit, which is done independently by ICAO, found that in Libya, their result was 35%. I thought Libya might have, with their oil, a lot of facilities, but there it was down to 35%. Algeria at 60%, and Namibia 73%. So what I was out there to answer the question, I saw huge varieties of flight safety and investigative procedures, and it just struck me that we needed to improve our cross-border cooperation. We needed to try and form this African Aviation Forum and promote aviation in Africa and improve our accident investigation. And when I was listening to the previous speakers today, Prof. Labashkatni, and I listened to Advocate Lafipa, and the key words that I was picking up there was collective effort, stimulate thought, stimulate options, stimulate action, build pathways in Africa, develop a platform of possibilities. And that's what we've got to do now, actively in Africa, and South Africa hopefully being actively involved, is move our flight safety and try and get together forums, put countries together, because we have had various forums in Africa before that have tried to break down barriers between countries, improve cross-border trade. We're not trying to say, oh, we've got to do something different. Let's build on the experience, build on what's existing, but move it another step ahead. So to answer the question, consulting in Africa was a hugely rewarding experience in finding out how widely the standards in aviation actually exist at present.
Thank you very much, Doc. Last year, when we were having one of the international conferences, I had a chat with Dr. Giema from Kenya. I think you may know him. He's one of the first, I think he's the first person to graduate with PhD in aviation law from UCT. So we were talking about the issues of safety oversight, and he was telling me that, hey, in South Africa it's quite relaxed. You get into the mall, no one will really search you except the security is quite relaxed, as opposed to Kenya after the aftermath of the Westgate attack in 2014, if not 2013. So that will bring back to the question that I wanted to ask as to how do we strike a balance between, growing aviation in Africa and ensuring that safety oversight and incident reporting are not compromised in the process. Taking into cognizance of the fact that even last year we had an unruly passenger in one of the airlines in South Africa who was drunk, and I think she was a member of the SABC board executive, not the board, but she was one of the executives. So how do we strike a balance between the growing aviation in Africa and ensuring that safety oversight and incident reporting are not compromised in the process?
That's a very difficult one and a very interesting question. And I think you mentioned unruly behavior on an aircraft, which happened relatively recently. We've also recently seen, which is current, it's ongoing, we have strike action with FlySATAir, their pilots. And it's all illustrations of possibly poor management, poor communication between people. I've also been obviously in an airline for a long time where rostering was always an issue, but it was always resolved with really good communication and consideration for both sides of the equation, where you have the interests of the operating crew and you have the huge interests of the airline. And the thing that everyone seems to forget about is the interests of the traveling public. We always look at both ends of it, but we forget the passengers, which is why we try and implement and lift flight safety to a much more obvious and penetrative level. And I was having situations in my career where we had unruly passengers on board, and it's a massive problem, particularly if you're sitting in an international aircraft over the Atlantic and you've got 6 hours to New York and you've got 5 hours behind you to Africa. What do you do? It's a massive problem. And it's a problem that creates a lot of fear amongst passengers. That if you see that happening in an aircraft, you're very unhappy about it. So there are a lot of procedures in the airlines that were developed to prevent this sort of thing, particularly letting people get on board that obviously are intoxicated or not well. And to go back to your question, the more obvious part of the question is, how are we going to keep our flight safety going, and how are we going to move aviation in Africa and South Africa ahead. And the key thing here is we've got to try and keep our aviation personnel in this country. And when I say aviation personnel, I'm not just talking about the obvious people you might think of, the flight crew members, but what about the cabin crew members? What about air traffic controllers? What about all the managerial people? What about all the loading crew? What about all the people put together an aircraft on the hard stand ready for flight? There's a myriad of professional people involved here. And what's happening, we're losing them. We're losing them overseas because they're highly trained here, they get really good at their job, and they get poached. One of the big things that we haven't got here in South Africa anymore, there are two things we haven't got here in South Africa anymore, and it absolutely tears my heart apart. The first is we haven't got a large operational air force any longer. And what happened here was that that air force trained 60, 80, sometimes more flight crew members a year, and they moved into the airlines. And then we had an airline which we could regard as what we call a career airline. I've been through a career airline. I was there for 40 years, and I wanted to go there because I knew that I'd be progressed from various aircraft up and get a lot of options. Now we haven't got a career airline in South Africa anymore. We've got 3 or 4 low-cost carriers. And what are they? They're no more than stepping stones of professional aviation people to the Middle East and beyond. In the Middle East and beyond, all the airlines are really enjoying this. And the thing that really hurts is that these Middle East carriers have selection boards in here in South Africa. They come here into our backyard and recruit our people, offer them huge salaries. And I think last year, if I'm not mistaken, Emirates offered their bonus to their staff 6 additional months' salary. Now, people here, they just disappear because we haven't got that career path. We haven't got people saying, I want to join the Defence Force in terms of the Air Force, so I can be there for 30 years and learn all these skills and get involved in an airline, I can stay here. People are getting trained and disappearing, and we've had this discussion earlier today. We've seen it from Maritime, we've seen it from road, rail. It's across the board in transportation. We're losing our people. So what we have to now do in Africa, we have to start building up and learning from our strengths. Now, where are our strengths in Africa at the moment, and who's doing things really well in aviation that we can say, what are you doing so well? And it's Ethiopia. Now, if you'd asked me 20 years ago what is going on in aviation in Ethiopia, I would say, well, I don't think an awful lot. Look at it today. It's the leader in Africa. I think they've got something like 147 or more aircraft in their Ethiopian Airlines. They've developed that from nothing. They're building a massive new airport in Addis Ababa to act as a new hub for that area. It's absolutely incredible. And if we have a look in our own dear country, which is so precious to all of us, look at Cape Town. What have they done in aviation? They created an aviation publicity campaign of trying to attract international airlines to Cape Town. They put together a team, and I was privileged enough to be part of the airline component or the operational airline component of it. Put together a team there, and now what's happened in Cape Town? I think there's something like 15 or more international airlines operating there. It's absolutely incredible. And what has it done to their tourism and their infrastructure and the input of people and the number of people they're employing? It's absolutely incredible. And I look at my own hometown in Durban, little old Durban. What's happening there? Brand new international airport, 3 international carriers. And they don't operate directly, they come from Johannesburg, somewhere else. There's no direct linkage from Durban to Europe. You've got to go via the Middle East or Johannesburg. So here we have examples of where we've had people look at a problem, how can we fix it, and they've done it. Cape Town's done it, Ethiopia's done it, and Morocco is doing it. Now, why is Morocco doing it so well now? Because they've got the World Cup football coming there in a year or two's time. They're having massive infrastructure, huge airports, their airlines growing, and it's been a massive awakening in Africa. And look what happened in South Africa when we had the 2010 World Cup. It was massive what happened to us. So I think we have to learn from our strengths, build on our aviation expertise around the whole of Africa. It's doing so well. And it's not South Africa that's so sharp anymore in terms of aviation. We always thought we were, but now we have to look right around Africa because there are a lot of people in Africa doing things an awful lot better than we are. Once again, in terms of Africa, we need to have our accident investigation and policing divisions, our transportation boards separate to our enforcement agencies. We must separate them, and we must more actively the International Operational Safety Audit, which is done by our IATA, that's the International Air Transport Association. All airlines have to have those IOSA audits, and we must implement them more regularly. It must happen more often. And the US OAP audits must come through our country in Africa more often. And we must pick up countries. We can't just point fingers anymore. We must pick up countries. If Libya's got an ICAO Annex 14 record of 14% in terms of its aerodromes, we must go there, we must help these people. Wherever we see a gap in aviation and safety in Africa, we must go across and we've got to help and learn from the outcomes. And what we have to do, as I mentioned earlier, is that earlier on the African Civil Aviation Commission, that's called AFCAF, AFCAC, they're very active in Africa. We must build on what they're doing and also build on the Yamoussoukro decision to boost interstate connectivity and liberalize air transportation between the various countries in Africa. So it's not just flight safety, we're trying to facilitate it all the way around, and by facilitation we'll improve connectivity and our safety. When I flew up to Johannesburg yesterday, I picked up a magazine to read, Financial Mail. And I was paging through this, and it looked through, came up with a wonderful statement here. And I thought it applies so much to Africa and what I'm doing and what we're all trying to do in aviation. And it says, if nothing changes, lead the change. That's what we're trying to do. Because if we just leave African aviation the way it is, if we just leave it, nothing will happen. It'll just drift along. We all go, we think we climb on our aeroplane here at Tambo, we're going to visit our relatives, we're going on holiday in Europe. Boy, you're flying through Africa. You're flying through all the air traffic control zones. You're flying through all the safety areas that we want to improve. So we need to do something. As we can see here, the niche, 10 catalytic niche areas that Unisa is being so wise and so bold in initiating, and we get involved in discussions and forums like this and discuss and interact with the legal community, who are absolutely amazing in assisting us, pointing out deficiencies in our system. And what we have to do it now. We can't just leave it and think, it'll improve. You know the good old South African, môre is nog 'n dag nie. We can't do that with aviation. We've got to get out there and fix it. So it's been really good to chat to you, and Advocate, with any other questions that you have that you I see you've been writing a lot here. I can see you're a true legal man.
From my side, I am no longer having any question, but I will have to open it to the floor. Any question or questions, comments, or inputs, colleagues? I've noted one colleague there and right at the back, and our advocate. May we start over there? Yes. Is there someone who can assist with
It's a bit difficult for me to phrase an actual question, but I hope you can speak around the issue. You're trying to encourage research. It's the context of this the symposium. And
I think it's good. If you could phrase that question again from the beginning. Okay. I didn't quite get it.
Excuse me. I'm finding it difficult to actually phrase a question, but I hope you could nevertheless grasp onto what I'm getting at and speak around it. In the context of this occasion, we're trying to encourage research. And one of the buzzwords that we feel encourages research is this whole notion of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And just the kinds of things that that come out of it, of the different dimensions of it, has to do with computerization and technology replacing human labor. And my concern as well, you do speak about safety, and that is what I actually want to get back to. The issue of air traffic controllers. When Ronald Reagan went on his union busting campaign, one of the biggest examples of how he succeeded was when he fired the air traffic controllers, PATCO, and then he brought in the army and used them as air traffic controllers, and the US economy, travelers were sustained, industry, commerce went on and so on, and he succeeded in busting the union. But that was 30, 40 years back. There was no hint even of the Fourth Industrial Revolution and these issues of replacing human labor. People are speaking it in gleeful terms, and some people see negative aspects to it. But with the computerization and the issues of bringing more technology into the whole aspect of air traffic control, do you have anything to suggest to people to research about this dependence on technologies and air safety, particularly when it comes to these things of what we see when we watch air crash investigations, when the air traffic controllers tell people, okay, fine, your runway is clear, you can take off, and you got to move to that runway and so on. Where is this new Fourth Industrial Revolution technology possibly creeping in, and what would you see as safety concerns that should be researched around that technology?
Very nice question. Just by the by, sir, are you an air traffic controller?
No. I've done it for the schools.
I think air traffic control is an amazing component and a vital component of our flight safety and aviation industry, as you correctly pointed out. Technology in air traffic control is absolutely incredible now. I'd like to give you two examples, and these examples could be utilized for us here in Africa. You may have traveled to London, and there's an airport in London, right on the Thames. It's called London City Airport. And it's a relatively short runway, and they operate flights from the center of London into Europe and around. Now the air traffic controller, there's no air traffic controller on that airport. He's sitting at Hounslow and Heathrow. It's all done remotely. That whole airport air traffic control system is done remotely with obviously cameras and guidance issues, but it's done remotely. So if I think of South Africa already, we might need air traffic control in Richards Bay, a more active air traffic control. Using this system, we could have the main controller sitting at Kinshasa doing it very effectively. So we centralize our air traffic controllers, but be twice as effective on site. Another example to give you of the way technology is going with air traffic control, it's called CPDLC. It's called Controller Pilot Direct Line of Control. Now, when I was fortunate enough to fly either my Boeing 747-400 or the A340-600 into Europe and possibly across long oceanic areas, across to New York, in the old days we used to talk on high-frequency radios, HF radios, and it was a terrible noise, as opposed to VHF, which is like we are talking now. Now, CPDLC, I used to type into my flight mode computer a message to New York Air Traffic Control, Springbok 203, position XYZ, flight level 350, request climb 390. Simple. In a flash, back. New York Air Traffic Control, Springbok 203, climb level 390. Climb 390, and I type in, reach level 390, because right out in the middle of the ocean, there's no radar that can pick you up. And that controller pilot direct line of control is being introduced now in Africa. So in the past, where we had terrible flight safety incidents with poor air traffic control up to the Democratic Republic of Congo and around that area, northern Angola, it was terrible. Now with the CPDLC that is controlled in the central entity, it's so much better. And there may very well be more centralized entities in air traffic control in Africa, like for instance Johannesburg, Nairobi, Addis, right up in Morocco, Rabat, Cairo. So there'll be these CPDLC areas that will link the air traffic control centers and provide far better air traffic control clearances. And another massive issue that you've raised, sir, regarding air traffic control, which possibly we don't all think about, is the involvement now of the military air traffic combining with civil air traffic. We've seen what's been going on in the Middle East. Huge. I remember looking the other night at flight radar. It's a flight radar tracking system. And I was watching as the Iranians were shooting missiles into the Middle East. I think it was into, I can't remember what city it was that they were shooting, I think near the United Arab Emirates. But I was watching all the aircraft flying, then all of a sudden they were all turning around and disappearing because we had this interaction with military activity. And military activity now is not just an aircraft, it can be a drone. They fly at 45,000 feet and they can be up there in a surveillance exercise for 36 hours. It's not just guy flying a drone over the local neighborhood. This is big unmanned aircraft vehicles, UAVs, that are half the size of the Boeing 737 and stay up for extended periods. So we're having to share our airspace with them. And also with all the activity going on in North Africa, all the American in-flight aerial tankers were all there flying. Now they're all involved then, but we all got our civil aircraft flying at the same time. So the air traffic control component using all these new electronic issues with CPDLC is vital. And it's something that is a huge area of concern and where we're going to have to do a lot more work in Africa. Luckily, we are relatively away from the major conflict zone of the Middle East, North Africa area. But things change overnight. And your question regarding air traffic control is very valid. And certainly also, to harp on what I was saying earlier, is that the final days, and that was a long time ago, 10, 11 years ago when I was flying past the Middle East area, I was talking to South African air traffic controllers. We have a quick discussions in Afrikaans, you know, just to show that our air traffic controllers are leading. And they're very, very highly sought after in the Middle East, Australia, UK, wherever. So it goes back to what I was saying, is we so desperately need to hang on to all our trained staff right across all aspects of aviation. And when you walk out to OR Tambo Airport or wherever you're going now, and you see that aircraft standing there, and it gets pushed back and it's starting, just think for a moment how many professional people have been involved in getting that aircraft moving. It's absolutely incredible how much effort goes into starting an aircraft, moving an aircraft, flying it to its destination safely. The components are vast, and we have to have a far more in-depth look in Africa as how we're going to do it. And that's why we're involved now in forums such as this. And I'm working actively with Prof. Dube in other forums now promoting flight safety in Africa and doing aviation in Durban on the 19th of August in Sandton, which we'll be working hard at, and also dealing with a couple of leading legal firms in September, where we're also giving awareness of African aviation and how we can improve it. So to get right back to why we're sitting here in Unisa, why I'm sitting here in Unisa, is that I did a doctorate. Yeah, fantastic. But so what? You've got NLD after your name. Now what are you going to do with it? That's the big thing. That's the big issue. People think, oh no, that's good, I'm going to give you my card, that looks great. But you have to move on from what you've done and harness all these people around you, meet all these good folk that I've been meeting today, and move our whole situation ahead, whether it's now in aviation, maritime, rail, road, wherever it is, in these catalytic niche areas, and we've got to move Unisa's activity, we've got to support them in what they've been doing, and move it ahead actively as our people that have been involved with Unisa for a long time and want to keep Unisa moving forward and promote Unisa, because it's an amazing place and it's not broadcast enough, is how incredible Unisa is and how many people Unisa trained are in such vital cogs right across South Africa, not only in aviation, in every form of transportation and in law. So I hope I've answered your question. I went quite broad there. It was such a nice question you asked, sir. Thank you very much. And I think there was another question up the top.
Oh, yeah, right there, and then advocate, and then
thank you very much, Dr. C. Maybe the comment or contribution. So as a country, we trying to brace ourselves for the G20 traffic and stuff. Maybe the sector will boom a bit. So, but our as a nation, a national determined contribution, Doctor, where did we go wrong? We used to have this industry alive. They used to build these Roy Falks and stuff. So now the consideration of job creation, or we see a gap, maybe commercialize Roy Falk, Uberize Roy Falk, create jobs, as we see the current state of the road accidents in our country to avert many losses of life and stuff. So the co-piloting with the advent of the 4IR, with the unmanned traffic and what, we see the self-driving cars. That guy from Starlink started to build Naledi High. And retention of skills also. Thank you very much.
I picked up parts of your question there, and in the parts that I picked up that caught my ear of huge interest, I heard you mention Roy Falk helicopters and Denel and all the activity that went on in Atlas Aircraft Corporation. Now Atlas Aircraft Corporation was a massive, massive entity. And As I mentioned earlier, unfortunately in South Africa, we've seen the demise of our South African Air Force, which is if I may say, it's a national disaster. And the number of aircraft that were operated there all went, most of them, to Atlas Aircraft Corporation for refurbishment. And the Royfield helicopter, yes, a colleague of mine did all the test flying on that. A massive investment in South Africa. And that attack helicopter was used in the South African Air Force, and I think even overboard in the Congo, if I'm not mistaken. But we also, as I mentioned earlier, we need that Air Force regenerated, because it would then regenerate Denel, it would regenerate the Atlas Aircraft Corporation. I landed there in Tambo the other day, yesterday, and taxied past there. It's like an old aircraft lying there with wings hanging off, and it's terrible. We have to regenerate, and it's the same with South African Airways. It's slowly being regenerated. But South African Airways Technical, for instance, had a massive hangar, and it did huge technical refurbishment of aircraft right across the country, and a lot of aircraft came south because our aircraft was so good. The South African Airways aircraft over the years have been the best in the world. I can tell you that. And it's so sad that we see a degeneration of the national carrier, the National Air Force, and then all the peripheral support infrastructure around it, and all the support industries have all suffered. And that's where we need to say, no, we've got to. We heard so many speakers this morning saying, and I heard a young lady from Eastern Cape, all our youngsters, they're there, they're unemployed. What do we do with them? And this is where we've got to grow our aviation up. It grew. The South African Air Force started in 1920, and it started from nothing and grew to a huge thing. South African Airways from 1934 to its demise in the late 2018, 2019. Massive airline. And it just all collapsed. And it pulled down everything with it. And now we're starting here today with everyone here. We're starting in this building process. And as I said, if nothing changes, we've got to lead that change. We've got to put back into our society, into South Africa, what we did. We did all these things well, but we've let it slip. Now let's, all the things that we have done well, let's pick up and start doing better again. So I hope I answer your question, sir.
And then we've got advocates, and then we'll end with Prof for the first round. Perhaps, advocate, would you mind to, before asking a question, maybe just introduce yourself, because there are people who are also scribing.
I must what?
Just introduce your name.
Thank you, Advocate. You're very strategic. I'm Advocate Nsaluba. He is a veteran. I hope you wanted me to say that. He is a veteran. I've said it all, eh? Right. So, it's beautiful. You are a veteran, so I'm an oversight. So it's beautiful to actually hear from a veteran, an airman, changed into a civilian space, talking about the issues of safety. But mine relates to the real issues that we've been battling with in the Air Force, flying hours. You remember we say the airman must stay in the air, the penguin must stay in the sea. We have so many flying schools. But guess what? Our own kids trained are still not in the air. That's one. So, how do we deal with the strategy that you are talking about? If at this point, I want to take you back to the discourse I had with Maritime. We're still relying on someone to manufacture an aircraft. When we have engineers, we have everything that we have, right? The second thing, you will recall that during the time of COVID, again on safety, there was an issue, accurate or not accurate, but it was there, that the rate of the pilots were more affected during that period in some way as part of everything that had to be done during that period. Now my question then becomes, how do you situate the accidents that are as a result of the pandemic and its side effects? How do you separate this from the normal accidents? And lastly, probable to look at the black box. Why is it that the black box sometimes is not as functional as it's supposed to be as a source of evidence during investigation? You will recall some of the accidents that have happened in territorial waters. But it will take donkey years for either the ship to be found, well, ship or vessel or aircraft, they are all vessels. But when it's found, you'll find that the black box is difficult to actually be utilized to get the data. And it has happened even within our domestic land. And talking to our assignment now, still assignment in terms of Africa and the airspace. Is it true that we still are sitting here and comfortable, that it is cheaper to go to Turkey than to go to Tanzania? If we are not happy about that, what is our movement in terms of the Africa Continental Free Trade movement and plan in terms of making sure that the Africa space is taken care of? We are reducing costs, we're enabling Africa to trade with herself, because for now, it is a myth. Thank you.
That was a difficult question. Questions, and I'll try and get through them all. Please remind me if I missed anything. You mentioned manufacturing of aircraft, and that went back to my previous discussion with the gentleman on Atlas Aircraft Corporation, Denel, and so on. We assembled and manufactured quite a few aircraft in South Africa, and they were very effective. But with the demise of the Air Force and the airline also closing down, that manufacturing capacity is just disintegrated. And at the very best now, we're just doing some light maintenance on aircraft of overseas airliners that come there for redundancy and refitting and so on. So it's very limited. And in terms of manufacturing of aircraft, it's not happening. In terms of COVID, what did the flight crew do in COVID? Well, they went and did different occupations. And I think what is so important in terms of what we hear today at Unisa, and what I advocated to all my colleagues, is get a parallel education. Whatever you do in life, don't just rely on one thing. If you're a lawyer, learn a bit more about mediation and an additional string to your bow. You can't exist in life with just one issue. Like you've got a flying license, now that's going to last me for the rest of my life. You've got to go parallel and educate yourself in a peripheral area so that if one goes wrong, you can pick it up in another. I know colleagues of mine, they immigrated from South Africa during the COVID, and some went into real estate development, they went into stacking shelves in supermarkets, they did anything. Some even were washing cars. And I think that went right across South Africa. Everyone was affected by COVID in the public transportation industry, and everyone tried to make a plan. Regarding your question on the black box, the digital data flight recorder, DFDR, it's actually orange when you see it rolled out. And these digital data flight recorders have been picked out the ocean at depths of 12,000, 14,000 feet The Air France accident aircraft in the middle of the Atlantic, they picked that up after about 3 or 4 months, I believe. The Helderberg accident of South African Airways in Mauritius, they picked that up after about 5 months. And various other aircraft accidents in the Mediterranean, they hooked out digital data flight recorders. Now they are incredibly accurate, and over the years they've improved and improved, so that now the channels of operation and the amount of data that is recorded is absolutely incredible. And I think the DFDRs and the black boxes, it's so called, is going to come into huge focus following the Air India aircraft accident that we've just had the other day, and we're going to read about that for the next year. The interim accident report came out with some limited information from the DFDR, but that interim aircraft accident report, which is mandatory after 30 days, I think it provided more questions than answers. But that's a story for another day. The question that you asked is that you can climb on an aircraft in Johannesburg and it's cheaper to fly to Turkey than it is to fly to Tanzania. You're absolutely right. And this was raised at the Yamoussoukro decision and subsequent conferences where they were trying to resolve interstate aviation connectivity and liberalize air transportation. It's far more expensive to travel from Johannesburg to Victoria Falls, or it's hugely expensive, or Harare, Lusaka, than to fly elsewhere in Africa. To fly to Mauritius is a lot cheaper. So that interconnectivity and spike in airfares is something that's got to be adjusted by all the countries in Africa getting together and coming together with a far better set of results or options for connectivity and charges with airline fares. And I think that was, did I get through all your questions? Thank you for those questions. Last question?
Thank you very much for a very stimulating discussion, which touches on a number of things. I think one of the challenges we face, I just wanted to thank you again, because I think you spoke from the heart and from experience, also with commitment and conviction. My name is Charles Mbowa, distinguished professor from College of Science, Engineering and Technology. I think you correctly point that the military industry can drive aviation, as it has driven space technology in other countries. But it's always a puzzle to say, on the operational and commercial level, how Ethiopia and Kenya, and increasingly Rwanda, are taking the space in terms of the spoke and hub arrangement of operation. And when one looks at it, the question is, where did the aviation industry go wrong in South Africa? What can be done about it? And what would be the role of research institutions and universities like Unisa? So I think that's basically my question there. In terms of capitalization and looking around the cost of aeroplanes, one challenge we have is that they are capital intensive when it comes to manufacturing. I think private jets could be a market where a niche market that could be targeted, because they, maybe they would start at $3 million each and can go easily to $700 million. And when you look at commercial jets as produced by Airbus or The other American, the other American companies just run away out of my head. You're talking about maybe 350 million US dollars to more than $1 billion US dollars per aircraft. So looking at the manufacturing infrastructure and cost of capital, it might be prohibitive. I've seen situations where there has been a production of parts through distributed manufacturing, where aircraft wings, for example, are produced in Japan. So in terms of component manufacture, I think for the large planes, there might be a strategy that can work there as a business model. I just wanted to comment, if you would allow me, on the non-connectivity within Africa. I think at one time Dangote was complaining that someone from Germany or the USA with $1 million US to invest can go through 20 countries in a week or two. He, as a billionaire, cannot do that. So that says a lot around the visa laws and the immigration laws that we have, which have an impact also on aviation or another logistics and connectivity, because then it's practically impossible for people that want to travel to do so, which makes the certain routes not to be viable. Then the final comment I'd wanted to make is just a comment to say economic life cycle assessment would be necessary for any kind of project. As you know, when you start a new project or copy or try to produce a product that you used to produce before, there's always the value of death in new product or new service development, where billions can be spent for a product that cannot be commercialized, that cannot really break even. So I think it's just to say there would be a need for that kind of analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And it's wonderful to have a professor of science and engineering technology at a discussion like this. Aviation is just something that is right at the forefront of science, and the innovation that has come from aviation and space projects has just been incredible, and how it's been interwoven into society. So thank you for your comments there. You mentioned this hub and spoke system in Africa, and I think that's absolutely incredible, and I've just recently written a paper that Prof. Gurb is just signing off on, and it's the factors influencing the orderly development of commercial aviation in Africa. And one of those key things there was the development of that hub and spoke system. And that hub and spoke system could work from a variety of key points, from key development areas like Ethiopia, Kenya, South Africa, up into Nigeria and Morocco. And those hubs and partnering with airlines, I'm sure, would reduce some of the costs, and especially the costs in the airline regarding training. From science and technology-wise, the simulators that are involved in airline training now are probably more expensive than the aircraft. So I think in terms of airlines developing in Africa, we need to share that information and that technology with each other. I'm a huge admirer of Kenya. I had the privilege to interact and go to University of Cape Town last year and do a course of aviation law with Advocate Kiema. It is Kiema, and he's a brilliant man, and their university in Kenya is now doing an awful lot of work on aviation law. And it's appropriate that they're partnering with UCT and providing courses where we have a Kenyan advocate providing a course and lectures in Cape Town, which were hugely beneficial for the likes of me. And I think too now if Unisa could get involved in that triangle of negotiation and interaction with Kenyan authorities, the Kenyan universities, UCT, Unisa, I think that's a wonderful way to go of sharing information in Africa. regarding the capital-intensive nature of development of aircraft components and aircraft industry in South Africa, you're absolutely right, and you are way ahead of me in terms of the science and technology and investment, what is required. That is your field and not strictly mine. And I think in any form of aviation, when you start moving into a sphere where you don't know, it's important for you to say, I don't know. And I don't know as much as you do about the technology of science and the capital nature of investments. What I do know is that the components that you're mentioning were suggested, and I'm not sure if that actually happened, but Atlas Aircraft Corporation at one stage had a contract with Airbus Industry to build part of the Airbus. It might have been aircraft doors or a smaller component, but there was the capacity for South Africa to build components for Airbus Industry and ship them. And I think that is probably the way to go. Building a whole aircraft and developing them as is done in Boeing and Airbus or across in South America is just far too capital intensive for us. And I think your questions are very interrelated around science, and I think in South Africa, my area of expertise is certainly flight safety, and where we can involve science in improving our flight safety and our accident investigation, I certainly welcome it. But your questions are very insightful, and thank you for them.
Thank you very much. I think in the interest of time, I think the time that has been allocated for us is up until 1:15, and perhaps maybe in the event we have questions, of course, perhaps maybe you may have to, during lunchtime, you may engage with him. But of course, from my side, Doc, would you mind to give us one policy recommendation or call to action that you want regulators, educators, or funders to immediately implement? And I'm saying so because you may have been aware that Unisa is actually in the process of, acquiring an airport, if it has not yet already acquired that. What would be that at least one recommendation?
I think the one recommendation that I have, and it was as a result of 4 years research doing an LLD through Unisa, was that we need to create an independent transport accident and incident investigation board in South Africa. It's vital that we do that, because our transportation, various aspects of it, we're having some shocking accidents, and we need to get a handle on that. And in as much as we've had a gap in aircraft accidents, large aircraft accidents, we need to focus and project the research that we do to benefit other areas. I can't just research aviation and think, but other aspects of transportation are not important. It's important for all of us in South Africa. Everyone climbs into some form of transportation every single day. And we need to have a separate, independent transport accident investigation board, as described by ICAO, and as is actively practiced in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and others. And the format and structure of it is well documented by ICAO. The Canadian Transport Accident Investigation System is foolproof and really well done. And I'm not trying to push Canada here, it's just as an example of how an investigation, transport accident investigation board has worked so well in looking at road, rail, air, maritime, and pipeline. And all those aspects are evident in the South African transportation field. And I think it's time that we look to that and encourage our Minister of Transport to look at investigating and instigating such an investigation board.
Thank you very much. I think all of us, we can agree that Dr. Suckling's presentation and fielding of these difficult questions, indeed the presentation was quite insightful in a way that he was able to dissect and simplify concepts like accident investigation and of course incident investigations. And of course, he was able to marry them with the best, international practices that ought to be complied with. And of course, you also dealt with the public international aviation laws and also the private one. And I was also quite impressed with the manner in which you instilled the importance of compliance with international instruments in the form of the Chicago Convention, and also, of course, locally with the legal and policy frameworks that need to ensure that the safety and the safety measures are actually complied with. More interestingly was, your living experience in the aviation sector. You truly learned a lot, and in the manner in which Advocate was also saying that you are a veteran, indeed you learned a lot. You are actually a library for that matter. So I was also quite impressed with the manner in which you were posing those difficult questions, yet you were simplifying them to some of us who are not really privy with the technical, aviation concepts. So you were able to deal with them. And more interestingly, again, was the manner in which you dealt with the 12 days war between Iran and Israel. If you remember, that war or that conflict was 90% of the artilleries and mortars were fired at night. It was never during the day. So that also causes the issues of the risk that may be posed, even though they were not, some of them, they were not accurate in the manner in which they were directed to hit certain areas. So I was quite impressed with your presentation, and as someone who has a phobia for flights, it was actually Prof. Dube who actually said, no, these people are quite professionals. You will never, you never have such kind, it's one of the safest transportation modes. And my phobia was raised as a result of the fact that in 2014 I was going to Rome, and in the Middle East, it was during the Yemen conflict, and we had a very strong, turbulence, and at the back of my mind, I thought that perhaps maybe there could be something. Yeah, but over and above, I thank you very much, and I think I will now invite Prof. Labusheni to come and assist me when it comes to the issues of the presence that will be given to Dr. Saki. Thank you.
Just to say thank you very much on behalf of Unisa. I think that was a very fruitful discussion and really helped to clarify some of the pressing issues that's currently facing us within this catalytic niche area. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks, Is this a flight data recorder?
Yes. Black box. Right. right, colleagues, that concludes the session. We are a bit pressed for time because the next session was supposed to start 3 minutes ago. And the session chair for that is probably getting a little bit anxious, and the panel members as well. So, colleagues, we are a little bit challenged. Lunch was supposed to have been served an hour ago. So if you do plan to have some lunch and want to attend the next session, just know that the session is going to start in the next few minutes. So with that, thank you very much to the session chair, thank you very much to the speakers, and thank you very much for attending.
problems and challenges in energy, in the energy sector, and there's need for what I call a programmatic approach through projects that can be applied to research, innovation, development, commercialization, and industrialization within the sector. Obviously, being a focus for universities and research institutions. So this session looks at energy innovations for the future, focusing on strategic partnerships with government and industry in research, innovation, commercialization, and industrialization at the all level of governments. Today we have a provincial representation, municipal representation from the city of Johannesburg, and a business perspective from ESCOM. As they say, necessity is the mother of invention. However, when there's a need or when necessity exists, there's a need for a link with researchers and universities so that the necessity transforms into innovation. In my culture, we say, "Hakuna inofurira imwe," which means no animal can graze for another. So it's up to us to really come up with our own solutions where we do our own grazing and digestion. I always say that we are the people that we are waiting for, so there's no need to look to future generations and avoid making the solutions and taking the actions that need to be taken. And the Chinese say that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. So the partners we have here obviously will engage over the next 1 hour, but we are looking to long-term strategic engagement with them as well. We call it a marriage without a divorce clause. So the lawyers have no business there. So I think it will be a right step in the right way, and the first step begins today. Obviously, the external funding of research that's happened, I think the Vice Chancellor was talking about the challenges of getting external funding. I said it's the greatest opportunity for South Africa, for Africa and other countries to define their own research agenda and not chase what people tell you to chase. So I think it should be an opportunity to do that. Finally, I think you can tell we started with women power, with the top management who are women. Now we are energetically with women power for the energy session. I think you need to clap hands for the distinguished ladies. So all we can say to them that with Unisa, they are running with the winners and they're running with the stars. So you are in the right place. Don't go anywhere. Run with Unisa as we try and develop new short learning programs, master's and doctoral programs. And essentially, I think what we are trying to have is a situation where we define research problems together that are problems in society and in the community, with the idea to find innovations and solutions that make the quality of life better, so that instead of having a university through South Africa or with or by South Africa or in South Africa, we really become a University of South Africa and can actually offer that advisory independently on critical national issues. So with that, Our format will be that we'll go panelist by panelist and discuss particular issues that are applicable to them. Of course, technology now and again plays its own role. To start off and kick off the session, we'll call upon Engineer Popa Njapa, the Chief Engineer of the National Transmission Company of South Africa. She has more than 20 years on power systems and is an established professional, and over the years he has served on various technical positions in the Energy Market Services, Grid Access Unit, System Operations, Generation, Project Management and Development, Land and Rights, Transmission Grid Lines, Substation Engineering, and Grid Access Units. She is the Chief Engineer of the National Transmission Company, as indicated, and the objective is to develop long-term expansion plans to resolve network constraints. And in this role, she has worked towards addressing the country's major energy challenges and goals of the millennium, delivering transmission projects directly connected to Medupi, a power station, the transmission grid, enabled connection of independent power producers, as well as connecting mines, big industries, with the capacity for electrifying many areas within different programs, presented at various panels, and has won a number of awards. If we mention them, we might spend the whole day here. But I think all we can say is that she is well-grounded in the power sector and is a master's in electrical engineering, cum laude, from University of Johannesburg, a bachelor degree, Center University of Free State, electrical engineering, and a certificate of management development program for University of Free State. Has co-authored a number of publications at various meetings, conferences in Romania, India, UK, Portugal, and many different places. So essentially what we want to is, and we'll follow the same format, in about 5 minutes she can indicate what she sees as the problems and challenges that she has faced, how she has innovatively found solutions to that through different projects, either done in the past and into the future, and essentially to then come and say, in these projects, we might have limited capacity, we might have constraints, and we can partner with research institutions and with universities, and in particular with Unisa, to address some of these innovation challenges and solutions that make life better for society and communities. Thank you. I hand over to her. You could just switch on and talk from there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Popi Njapa from the National Transmission Company of South Africa. To my esteemed fellow panelists here, thank you also to Prof. Mboha for the warm welcoming and introductions. So distinguished guests, students, to the university leadership, all protocols noted and observed. Before I even start into diving straight into the matters of the day, I would like to recognize and acknowledge one of the professors here at the university. His name is Prof. Ntantambuli. Prof. Ntantambuli is in the electrical engineering department or faculty. He has done incredibly well in identifying the South African power system challenges through his research work, and he's done that incredibly in industry as well as in academia. I think I'm going to put him on his spot. Bro, can I please ask you to stand up? Thank you so much. Prof. Mbuli happens to also be my supervisor for my master's. So now that we've all seen Prof. Mbuli, I think we can direct all the burning questions to him. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, perhaps before I even start, I'd just like to clarify that often when we speak about energy, I think the interests tend to really rely on the generation part of the power system. And I just want to highlight the importance today of the transmission and distribution. So T&D is very important because you can have generation and there's no use having this ample generation, but you're not able to transmit it, distribute it, and eventually get it to the residential areas. So today, what I'll be addressing really will be focusing on the challenges that we have in the South African power grid. But as I start, perhaps I just need to highlight the fact that there's two facets to the challenges and problems that we see in the South African context when it comes to the power grid itself. So one is aging infrastructure, and secondly is the high emissions. So with that said, then policy comes into play where there's an introduction of integrated resource plan, which requires us then to restructure the power system. So going back to aging infrastructure, so it's not a matter of just rolling out a wholesale of refurbishment of projects or whatever plants that have issues, but now because of restructuring, we need to also adapt to the restructuring. So it's not a matter of just solving that and your all system goes. Secondly, in terms of the high emissions that we can see in South Africa or worldwide weather, and in conforming to the just energy transition, you then find having to stop relying really as a country from fossil fuel generated plants or generation, and the shift now is towards integrating renewable energy resources. So now if you look at the South African power grid, these energy resources, you find them in the southern parts of the country, and when you look at the networks in those areas, they've got like serious limitations. So with that said, I spoke about policy earlier on. So with that said, then it means we're having to integrate close to about 56 gigawatts as per the integrated resource plan, the RFP itself, and it proves to be a challenge then for the National Transmission Company of South Africa, where we've had to put our heads together and roll out the transmission development plan. So now, interestingly enough, it talks about, the GDP talks about rolling out 14,000 kilometers of line, because then you have to move all this power as you close down your fossil fuel generation. You have to evacuate whatever access that you have to the load centers, and the major load centers is, for instance, connecting your Eastern Cape provinces towards KwaZulu-Natal, as well as towards the major load centers in the Western Cape, all the way to Gauteng and spread out throughout the country. So now I just want to touch on the fact that when you stop relying on fossil fuel as the matter of generating and providing the country with power, the issue of inertia becomes a huge challenge. And for us to address it, we do introduce synchronous condensers, because you would know that the renewables or the renewable plants, they're not rotating machines. they're not synchronous machines, so you have to then find ways to can introduce synthetic inertia, where you'll have to introduce synchronous condensers, battery energy storage, to guard against issues that we have within power transient stability or the frequency control, and etc. So with that said, I think at this point in time, I'd like to stop with that, and then we can engage further, and I'll give over to you, Prof. Mbongo.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation. Obviously, you can hold on to your questions and until all panelists are done. I want to then give an opportunity to Ms. Nancy Maluleke, who is the executive engineering professional with more than 25 years experience in engineering and the built environment, mainly in the power utility sector, working on generation, transmission, distribution business units at ESCOM. She also worked for City Power for 6 years in the following roles: as Group Executive Metering Services, as a Chief Operations Officer, and also as Acting Chief Executive Officer. She is currently Special Advisor for projects on sustainable energy at the City of Johannesburg Metro Office, in the Office of the City Manager, and is seconded as a Director for Energy at the Department of Environment, Infrastructure and Services of the City of Johannesburg. She's qualified with a master's in industrial engineering from WITS, GDE projects construction engineering from WITS, BTech electrical engineering, University of Johannesburg, and has also done many courses, including the executive management program at Henley Business School. So with those few remarks, I would ask you to also say something in 5 minutes about the issues at stake. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to thank you, Prof, for the opportunity to come and present here at the symposium. And I would like to observe all protocol in the university, and also greetings to my fellow panelists. My name is Nancy Maluleke, and I'm currently Energy Director at the City of Johannesburg. And I think Prof has given a brief overview in terms of my resume. And today, in terms of the topic, I would like... Thank you. Thank you. My perspective would be from the municipality space or municipality environment. Although I've been with ESCOM and for many years, and currently I'm sitting on the other end, which is the municipal power utility space. In terms of the challenges that we are facing from a municipal perspective, particularly the City of Johannesburg, I would say before we even get into the just energy transition, we've got challenges from high bulk purchases or high costs of buying electricity before we can redistribute it to our customers. And number two, we've got a challenge in terms of the losses in the system, and that is both technical losses and non-technical losses. We have aged infrastructure challenges, and I would also link it to poor maintenance strategies within the municipal environment, and limited budgets is one key challenge. But I would say with the new energy reforms, we've got solutions that are brought on board because of our regulatory frameworks that were restricting us in the past. For example, the MFMA would restrict us to projects for over a 3-year period. And our budget processing as well is a 1-year process, which is quite difficult for infrastructure projects because you have to stop and start, and that then is not feasible for engineering infrastructure projects. We have, however, I think now through the Energy Regulation Act, through the regulatory framework, by the ministerial determination, have been allowed as municipalities to also generate our own electricity. So as part of the just energy transition process, the municipality is pushing for the municipality to have its own generation capacity through that allowance from the regulatory framework. And that would then assist us as a city to reduce bulk purchases costs, and also for us to integrate renewable energy projects into the grid. And due to the poor or aged infrastructure, we also need high investments for us to refurbish and strengthen our network, and to be able to then integrate with the renewable energy technologies that are on board. However, the municipality has energy strategies where we have engaged with independent power producers, and the limitation of the short-term power purchase agreements has also been recently overcome, because we can now contract beyond the 3-year MFMA period. And for us, we are aggressively pushing for infrastructure upgrades and ensuring that our system is smart, and that we can then be able to integrate our renewable energy projects successfully and efficiently. I think for now I will pause there and hand over to Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those informative remarks. I'll also give an opportunity to Ms. Witness Mokwana. She is an experienced expert in the green economy and industrial development, with expertise in the facilitation and coordination of investment and policy programs across energy, not just energy, but also across industrial sectors. The scope of her work includes development and implementation of programs designed to attract development, blended finance and private sector investment towards quality and climate resilient infrastructure, focusing on what can be done in South Africa, particularly in the energy, water, and sustainability sectors. So currently, she's leading the development of the province's program and strategies to support the green industrialization. This includes development of Gauteng Green Hydrogen Program and strategy, as well as identifying, developing, and implementing industrial policy measures and strategies that are necessary to scale up capacity in manufacturing and industrial sectors. So she focuses on working on solutions to development challenges, creating partnerships across different sectors for equitable and sustainable development. So with those few remarks of introduction, I will ask you again to, in 5 minutes, discuss something about the energy sector and the challenges, opportunities, and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that long introduction. And thanks to my panelists, and I'll say all protocol observed. As a government official, that is our standard greeting procedure. So I think most of my panelists have covered the major issues in the energy space and the energy sector, but just suffices to say that a few of the remarks that I'll make is that, of course, the energy sector has been a critical point in the country, particularly because the energy sector is not just the sector in of itself, but it is also impacting how all other sectors operate, how they can grow, how they can run, and how they support the economy. It allows economic development to happen and can prevent it from happening if you don't have a properly planned energy infrastructure. So in my business, we have found that this is now becoming more of a challenge because the type of energy that's being used, it's beginning to shape how economically and how we can extend and frame the scope of the organized society differently. Currently, some of the issues that are emerging, they are being shaped, some of the issues that are already being shaped by the emerging structure of international trading systems within every year getting closer to 2030 is the type of energy that we use to produce goods and services. The European Union and our other trading partners have made proclamations that starting from 2030, they're going to start taxing goods that are generated using fossil fuels. So that is to say that over and above the commitments that we've made as a country to decarbonize and the targets that we have set ourselves, our industry and our economy is actually facing even more added pressure with targets that have been set by our trading partners. Just to give you an example, basically with the introduction of this international green taxes, it's called, they are mainly called carbon border adjustment mechanism. In a study that we did with the National Business Initiative, we have determined that if we do nothing, we don't transform the way we produce our goods and services, about every 65 cents out of every rand that South Africa earns from exported goods is at risk. So that is to say that we need to start to green our value chains to ensure that we protect our market position internationally. I can't even begin to express how much that is a threat to us, particularly in Gauteng, because we are the engine of the South African economy. We are the largest contributor to the GDP, and we are the most industrialized province. So we are facing particularly issues with the automotive sector. We need to So we have we've put together a plan to try to support the industries, mainly the hard-to-abate sectors. We are developing green hydrogen programs to support those industries within Gauteng, but within the country as well. And we have other alternative energy project programs that we are supporting as a province. This includes even the green hydrogen derivatives such as green methanol and green ammonia, which can also be used in the maritime industries and others. So we are also just trying to put together a framework that does support these industries. Firstly, we are developing clear and consistent policy frameworks to ensure that we coordinate the development of these sectors properly. We are putting together incentive programs that will try to de-risk investment, and we also have to try to ensure responsible growth. And again, of course, while this is a challenge, it also presents an opportunity. The economy of the country and of the province has grown over the past 100 years in an unjust and an unfair manner. We have witnessed many transitions, but they have not been just. Of course, now just transition is the capital point. And for example, I think I spoke about the IRP. It is projecting that we would need about 20,000 megawatts by 2030. But if you introduce the green hydrogen economy into the space, you need double the capacity that has been identified in the IRP. That is a massive opportunity for us, not just for having excess energy, but also for industrialization. So we have tried to, with the Renewable Energy Independent Power Program, to industrialize, but due to economies of scale, we were unable to deepen industrialization because, I mean, if you can recall, the first round of the REIT was, I think totally we have about 7,000 megawatts now. And if you have to compete with China in making solar panels, you just can't crack it. But if you are projecting and planning to produce about 40 gigawatts of just solar, you can start to plan for industrialization. So that is the work that we are doing. Yes, granted, Gauteng is a small province. The bulk of the energy will be renewable energy will be outside the province. But we think that the industrialization component is an opportunity that we can start to prepare ourselves for. I mean, you know, we can start to develop traditional renewables such as solar PV components, but also the country has invested quite significantly into the hydrogen economy and fuel cells. I think since 2007, the Department of Science and Innovation has been supporting various hydrogen components development, and we are beginning to think that we can position ourselves. Also, again, okay, maybe I need to stop for now. But just to say that we also sit with massive PGMs in the country. We are one of the few countries that have platinum group metals, which are required for the hydrogen economy, for when you are producing electrolyzers and fuel cells. And I think we can use that to position ourselves and use it as a niche to industrialize the next decade. I'll stop here for now. Because I can talk forever.
Thank you very much. I think it's clear that the engagement would not even suffice if it were given one day. So like I say, these are the first steps, and we hope that as we engage further, we can dive deeper and dig deeper into the issues that can be addressed jointly. I'll pose a few questions before I open to the plenary. I think I talked about University of South Africa, not by South Africa or by the way, where we are saying we don't want to be an ivory tower. We want to co-identify research questions that address existing problems and challenges, but also address our academic requirements. So to each panelist, I will ask to say, what would be the framework that we can use? I can give an example to say that at one time we had a group that was funded for 6 million rand to do pre-feasibility for production of biogas within the city of Johannesburg through biodigestion. And the report that was made was good enough to attract $3 million from the GEF. So the cost of asking postdoctoral fellows, doctoral students, master's students, undergraduate students to work on that and give almost a bankable feasibility where a national institution can commit money as 50%, City of Johannesburg the other, to implement a project is something we're looking at. So I think it gives a guide. We can go first from Madam Maluleke this way. In terms of response.
Thank you, Prof. Indeed, I think from a funding perspective, as you've mentioned, the City of Johannesburg has now secured the funding for the biogas project. And we, through the GEF, we had to match the funding by relative projects within the energy space. And we managed to secure for that. And then in terms of the research areas in our space, own generation, as I've mentioned, it's a key challenge for the municipality. We need to come up with technologies that would be able to inject generation capacity into our grid, where we can lower the cost of electricity and also achieve our CO2 emissions reduction. We've got a pipeline of those projects that require funding, and we also require technical assistance from a transactional advisory perspective and also from engineering consulting expertise, which we can then partner with the universities. The City of Johannesburg already has a memorandum of agreements with the universities, including VETS, UJ, and Unisa. And through those MOAs, we can extract the expertise from the universities and convert that to service level agreements that are project specific. And we can then scope the work to be able to execute and attract funding. We also have issues of grid connectivity because of our aged infrastructure. And we also need grid stability studies, research-related topics that will assist the municipality to not just contract IPP projects, but don't have the capacity to inject it into the grid. And one of the areas from a municipality perspective is for us lowering the bulk intake costs and make sure that our energy mix strategy is effectively deployed and we choose the right technologies and make sure that it does not affect the grid stability. We also are investing, I will focus on revenue because when we introduce renewable energy projects, we also lower or combat the high cost of bulk purchases from Eskom. Unfortunately, the costs have been escalating very high, and from a municipality perspective, we end up buying at a very high tariff and selling back at a loss. So hence, I also emphasized the issue of technical and non-technical losses. So when we have that energy mix, and we've got competition in the grid, and we've got prosumers, we've got wheeling agreements from independent power producers, we'll be able to then optimize or lower the cost of electricity to our customers. Another area of which is a gap or a challenge is for us to set up feed-in tariffs. We also require assistance from universities, and making sure that we've got net billing systems that will then allow us to subtract or do net billing between what the customers are pushing into the grid versus what they are paying from our own grid. The other area is smart grid. We require that because our infrastructure is not that smart, and hence I emphasize that for the municipalities, we need to strengthen and refurbish our infrastructure and make sure that it's smart. Because currently we've got visibility challenges within the municipality. We need to make sure that we can view our infrastructure and be able to see now the dynamic energy that would be coming bi-directional. Our meters as well require for us to ensure that we can maximize for the smart or the bi-directional flow of energy, and also allowing consumers to have the power in their hands to monitor their energy consumption patterns. Energy efficiency, because what we are doing currently, we are doing the energy procurement certification for our buildings, and or energy performance certification for our buildings, for us to comply with the NERSA regulations. And we need to make sure that our energy efficiency strategy is in place and in alignment with integrating both renewable energy and energy efficiency initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. So for me, really, I think collaboration is key, be it with the university, industry, and policymakers, for us to really see South Africa where it's supposed to be headed to, with all these dynamic changes that are happening. So coming back to the university, I think the areas that can be of key importance will be looking at, and my fellow panelists spoke about it, smart grids. You know, there are areas that are still perhaps off-grid that can really benefit, or that are really far from where we have got our power lines, be it transmission or distribution. So I think smart grids could be one of the areas that perhaps the university can look at. So I spoke about the fact that as you integrate more renewables, you do experience grid congestion. And part of the initiatives that the National Transmission Company of South Africa has done is look at the curtailment framework, which has been effected. And if you look at the GCCA addendum, it does shows that due to curtailment framework, approximately just slightly under 4 gigawatts could be integrated in terms of renewable energy or technologies in the Western Cape together with the Eastern Cape. But I think we need way more than that. But obviously, it also depends on the national regulator in terms of the approvals, etc. Another aspect that we can look at is energy storage facilities, such as battery, molten salt, greenhouse, the one that will reduce greenhouse emissions, which is green hydrogen storage. I do know from the aspect of the economics, could be quite maybe far-fetched for a developing country such as South Africa, but it's something to look at, because if you look at the way things are panning out, at some point it will be reasonable to venture into certain storages. It's a matter of just focusing which one is can be done first. I think also the aspect of pilot projects. You know, perhaps the university can collaborate with big industries to look at electrolyzers, for instance, when you're looking at green hydrogen storage facilities. That's one area that can be looked at. And obviously, going back to curtailment, I think maybe the university can help out in terms of also looking at optimal placements, you know, of the areas, or identifying these areas using the existing algorithms that are out there. And I'm sure the university could be quite helpful in that regard. But I think piloting projects that are going to be beneficial for the youth within the alleviation of the power grid and the change and the shift that is happening. Another aspect that might sound a little bit maybe controversial, looking at clean coal technologies. Because I think we've got as South Africa, ample deposits of untouched coal that we can use for hundreds of years, you know, and I think if we can look at clean technologies to make sure that we still adhere to reducing the carbon emissions. Another technologies, maybe in terms of modeling, using softwares for engineers, such as grid forming technologies, and that will also help in addressing the issues that I mentioned before, that as we move away from fossil fuel generation, you may have to have your inertia diminishing, and that compromises the power system stability. Thank you so much.
Thanks, ladies. So on my end, I think that one of the ways in which we could support each other as government, industry, and academia, I think that we should look at industrial clustering, but mostly we need to bring universities closer to industry. I think one of the universities that has successfully done, well, maybe not successfully, but they have gone quite a long way in doing that is VETS. I guess maybe it's because it was spawned out of the mining industry in Johannesburg. But I think that if you look at other universities, for instance, the universities here in Pretoria, there is industrial activity in Pretoria, but there is a bit of a gap between universities and the industrial activities that's taking place. In the context of Gauteng province, for instance, we have, I think I have spoken, we have about 4 special economic zones with specific industrial focus. We have, for example, the Vaal Special Economic Zone, which is focusing on hydrogen and heavy industry decarbonization. We have funded some innovative projects that are linked to that special economic zone as a province, as a department, but also just to highlight that when it comes to special economic zones, there are various incentives that can benefit everyone who is linked to that special economic zones. And I would like to believe that universities can also benefit if they partner with industries that are co-located in those zones. There are various tax breaks that come with locating in an SEZ. There are various subsidies. You get actual tax break from SARS, but also from municipalities. You get various grants. And also, let's not forget that there is quite a significant amount of climate funding that's floating around in this space. We just need to coordinate better so that those that should access that funding are able to do so. Unfortunately, as of now, the bulk of the funding has actually gone to consulting instead of universities, institutions, and supporting innovation. And South Africa is in desperate need of innovation, in my opinion. We also have the OR Tambo Special Economic Zone. That special economic zone is located within the airport precinct, and it's focusing on light manufacturing. It also has a significant renewable energy and green hydrogen manufacturing capabilities. They're also processing a lot of the platinum group metals that we speak of in the the green economy. And then there's the Tshwane Special Economic Zone. It's really our pride and joy because it's our most developed special economic zone, and it focuses on the manufacturing of the automotives, which is what I was referring to, that we need to green and decarbonize that particular zone as soon as possible, because the bulk of the manufacturing that's happening there is destined for export. And as I indicated earlier, you cannot continue to export to certain markets after 2030 if you're using fossil fuels. And also maybe just to highlight that before I got into the green industries, actually I worked for the Department of Energy and I was in hydrocarbons policy. So I fully agree that South Africa has a lot of natural resources that we can't just leave abundant in the soil, but we need to be strategic about how we decarbonize. We need to prioritize sectors that need decarbonization, and I believe that there are certain components or aspects within the domestic economy where we can continue to use our fossil fuels. Yes, we've made the commitments, but we are a developing country, and I don't even want to bring up the issues about the commitments that were made that were never met. And also, to be fair, the past 3 years have just brought about a very different economic and political climate. There is a lot of protectionism. Countries are looking inward. Everyone is protecting themselves. Not to say that that is okay, but we just need to be mindful of that and just, being cognizant of the conditions in this country. We do need to be mindful of that when we make policy decisions and policy choices. Lastly, the other special economic zones is very far behind. It's still under development, but it's going to be looking at agro-processing. I spoke a lot about manufacturing because it's one of the developed industries, but also our agricultural sector is also at risk when we speak about exports and the challenges that we are facing, because we do export a lot of agricultural products. Yes, of course, the bulk of it is in the Western Cape, it's still in South Africa, but Gauteng and the inland provinces are doing a lot of agricultural production, and they too need to decarbonize if they are going to export their products. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can clap for all of them. I have 100 questions, but I don't want to be selfish. As you realized, I asked them in a few minutes to say, what can we do together? And they were jotting down, like students, quickly. And they brought up a whole gamut of different possible projects. So if we give them 1 month, then there'll be so many projects that even Unisa cannot handle. Okay, I'll open for questions. We'll start with the first 3 questions. You can indicate who it is to. I recognize here. Is another question? Yeah, the lady there. Okay, we'll go with those 2.
Thank you so much. It's afternoon, so it's late to reintroduce. Thank you to the energy specialists. Maybe let me indicate that I'm a bit of a player in that space because I did extractive energy, extractive industry, so I play there to some extent. I want to lean on what you were speaking about in terms of the energy performance certificates, in terms of the Energy Act. And I want you to talk to your relationship with SANEDI, right? Because SANEDI currently is the one that holds what I believe that we can partner with the University of the land in terms of training the various entities for them to comply. Currently, we're dealing with official buildings. We're coming to domestic buildings. But even now, we are struggling with the public sector in terms of complying with requirements. So my input to your proposal is that
You then need to liaise with what SANED is doing. And it's a matter actually that has already been raised with the department itself, so that then Unisa can be utilized, because our footprint is global, so we can train anywhere. And what then we do, you lessen the cost of doing business, because people are required to pay a lot for something that could be done easily by Unisa. The second one, when you go to the QCTO, you look at the requirements now for the players in your field to do this small, because your projects are in the deep rural, they are not in the town. So you need people who are skilled there. But it's amazing that you would want an RPL of an engineering degree. Then that becomes, it's not an RPL. The moment you look for a degree, it's not an RPL. And I would want you guys to look at that, because you are slowly closing the access to the young people who are in the rural areas, who we want to remain there, because we need this energy there. The source of energy is there, it's not in towns. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just a lame person when it comes to this topic, but my interest as an educator is just to find out that now you are having challenges. Ms. Mokwena said there are challenges about the treaties that are in place right now. So I'm saying, why can't you take this as an opportunity to look for solutions that can be South African, instead of looking at at solutions that are coming from the global north? Because as South Africa, we have got challenges that are unique to our regions and the provinces, which cannot really fit in what the global north advocate. So like if you can look at what happened during COVID, we've got rich indigenous knowledge systems in the south, but our people were prevented from providing medicines, the traditional ones, because they wanted to promote certain companies. So in that line, I'm saying, why can't we look at something that is coming within our resources? Thank you.
Thank you. This goes to Memkwana. I was quite happy when I heard you talking about the CBAM and the consequences that it will have in various industries. I myself am coming from an agriculture industry, and we do a lot of work on bioenergy, specifically because we've recognized that the industry itself has got a role to play in lowering the emissions, and the use of biomass and also agro-waste. Our markets attest to that. There's a lot of waste that is not converted to value or to energy that can be used. But what we've seen in the space is that there's very little focus across the board on investments on bioenergy. So mostly it's your hydrogen, it's your wind, it's your solar and all of that. And what this does, at the end of the day, when you talk about the just energy transition, it's as if in the agriculture space that is not well communicated. So I just wanted to check from your office if they are, because farmers, for example, they are very much interested in forming part of the bioenergy space, but there's less interest in departments. I wanted to check from your department if you've got programs that are actually considering opportunities of bioenergy in the agriculture space. And if you have such programs, would love to partner with you as Unisa. We've got a bioenergy consortium that is just looking at issues of bioenergy across the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. We might have another round later. I just want to say that we did invite Sanedi, but this time around they couldn't come. But they are on the radar, and we are still wanting them. They're in trouble. And also wanted to say that in terms of bioenergy, we are doing quite a lot in terms of, we're a postdoc collaborating with the Japanese on biorefineries and circular economy, which is going beyond the energy, but also to using every part of the waste in a useful manner. And I work with Professor Tagui, who has asked the question. I just wanted that disclaimer or expansion before I ask all of you to respond, starting with Madam Witness here.
Thank you, Prof. I will respond to the two questions that were directed at me. I'll leave the other one to my colleagues. I think they are best placed to answer that one. So the question from my educator sister about treaties regarding why can't we look inwards in terms of coming with domestic solutions. South Africa actually has invested quite significantly in innovative energy solutions. I think in my initial address I did speak about the hydrogen economy and the hydrogen investment that was done by DSI. They started in 2007 and they set up about 3 centers of excellence which are located at universities. I think one is at Potch University, one is at the University of Western Cape, and one is at, I think, UCT, focusing on different aspects of the hydrogen value chain. I think one focuses on materials, one focuses on infrastructure, and one on systems. But that's just one component of a very broad energy system. We have various energy technologies that require, and we cannot do everything. But when it comes to treaties, and particularly when it comes to trade, you have to remember that South Africa is I don't know if there's still 60 million of us, but we are a very small market. We cannot afford to isolate ourselves in all industries. There are certain industries where we can set prices, particularly when it comes to natural minerals and stuff like that, but mostly we are a price taker. And for us to be able to play in the broader international markets, we do have to play by the rules that are set by international trading communities. So we find ourselves in that space when it comes to those issues. But we have also had some failures. I don't know if you colleagues can remember, we've tried to develop the Joule, which was an electric car that was developed in South Africa. Even, actually I was still at the Department of Energy when we developed the PBMR. I don't know if colleagues remember how much dramatic that ended up being. And we had poured a lot of money into that PBMR. Just when we were about to make a break, it was shut down. Unfortunately, the technology has now been exported. It's in Germany. And we've lost a lot of scientists, we've lost a lot of innovation and investment in that. But just suffices to say that it's always a trade-off situation, that there are certain things that we can do domestically, but there are others that we do need trading partners. For instance, as I speak about the automotive sector, we cannot consume all the X3s that we are producing in the country. We have to export some of them. So even the Ford company, I think the Ford Motor Company produces the Ford Ranger. They produce Ford Ranger for the entire globe. The entire globe, all the Ford Rangers are produced in South Africa, all the X3s. So it's a give and take situation when it comes to trade, and we have to, work along that. Biomass. This is it is a difficult one. Biomass and bioenergy, I think we have tried a couple of times to try and develop the bioenergy sector. I think, I don't know how you colleagues, you were involved in the mandatory blending regulations when they started with biofuels. So there has been some activity in the country, but really it's not, I think it has also faced some opposition from various aspects of sectors of society. And I think also because with our renewable energy program, it's an independent power program where investors themselves actually choose the projects that they invest in. I think I don't really have a clear answer for you as to why the bioeconomy is lagging behind compared to other technologies. But all I can say is that I think maybe if you follow the country's energy policy, is that the Department of Energy actually says that they don't have, what's the word that they use? They don't choose winners. So essentially when they issue out a call for a REAP project, you need to bid, you need to be competitive and you need to bid a winning prize. They support all technologies equally, but of course some just don't succeed as well in the country. But in terms of SMMEs, we have tried to do something as a province to develop some, or to support some SMMEs within the biofuels industry with the innovation hub. We try to, I think in Limpopo there is a biofuel processing plant that's focusing on SMMEs. That's the work that we've tried to do in Gauteng, but it also hasn't really gained much traction. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to respond to the energy performance certificate. I think it's a comment and a recommendation that you've made, and I take note of that. And I want to also say that on our project scheduling, we also have the social aspect, and we've got budget allocated for us to train and to also ensure that we've got, we transfer the skills to the communities. And it will come in handy, especially through the MOA that we have with Unisa, because we can pick activities that we can collaborate with you. And unfortunately with the city of Johannesburg, we are in an urban area, but we do network as well with the other rural municipalities. Last month, I had the city of Tzaneen visiting us, aspiring to be city of Tzaneen visiting us, and benchmarking with the city of Johannesburg. And together we are at the Department of Electricity and Energy program, where we are funded, and we use the same methodology. So I think the very same method is also applying in the rural areas. But in our case, as the city of Johannesburg, we will definitely engage with Unisa and see how we can reach out to the informal settlements. And because currently, you are right, we are focusing more on commercial buildings, but there is a strategy for the city for us to go to the domestic and the residential environment, and that would also have an energy mix component to it. We want to make sure that we've got energy efficiency and renewable energy initiatives integrated for us to have effective impact to our customers and also to our electricity selling model. Also, I think for biomass, my colleague has already responded, but I must say even at the city of Johannesburg, there are opportunities because our funders want us to develop projects. Hence, our partnership with the university is to help us identify projects that can be done across the country because there's willing arrangements. And through that, through the transactional advisory and project identification and pre-feasibility models, we can come up with various solutions to fast-tracking the various technologies. Actually, we've got a 4 megawatts power plant It's a landfill gas to power behind city power, and some of the gas is going to be used for fueling of the trucks within Johannesburg. So there's quite, I'm an off-taker of the power, but we welcome all technologies that can be brought on board. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for taking part in this session. Professor Namo, quick, as the last one.
Am I using this mic?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, this was a wonderful session in terms of where we want to go. I want to get into it. The first one, in terms of research, I think maybe we need a serious agenda on the policy front, the regulatory front. I know we have done well now. We have got what I think it's 100 megawatts or so that we are putting online now, the real issue in the room is the PFMA. Now, maybe people might not understand what PFMA means. This is the Public Finance Management Act. If we don't revamp that, a lot of work in the energy space will be problematic. Its program in cycle, 3 years. If you want to maybe operate an energy project, it has got a lifespan more than 3 years. And that has been a problem since it has been instituted. So I think that's one area. The other area that we want us to focus on, biting the hand that feeds you. The model for South Africa in terms of municipal, local economic development is basically electricity economic development. So we are saying, if we don't have research that's going to inform what is going to happen to the municipality when that model dies, it's going to be problematic. I remember some 5 years back, Patricia De Leo, she was a mayor for City of Cape Town. She asked for a percentage increase in tariffs because customers were going off grid. But there's also the other side of the rural community. We're talking about mini grids. I did not hear it coming up. We really need to talk a lot around mini grids. What is going to happen about mini grids? Then there is a work that I'm doing now with one of my postdocs who's coming, or trying to determine through maybe remote sensing AI application, just suitability of solar or renewable energy in Gauteng, integrating it with the digital elevation models. So there's also a lot of work that is coming now in the stream that we're saying we can be assisted by modern technologies in identifying suitability in terms of where we want to map these issues. I 100% support the idea of all energies on board, or energy mix, and we really need to green the core and also put the interest of the country at the center of what we are doing. So I think there's a lot of research that is needed in terms of how do we green the core. I think that's the biggest question we can ever have. We are not going to stop, throw away the core because there's a lot of noise, because I think that is the resource we have, not only in South Africa, that is the resource we have in Africa. And then we need then to see ways of utilizing that energy. It might not be going to generating electricity, but maybe we might find new uses of coal as an energy resource. I think I will pause here because of time, but there's a lot of issues that we really need to entangle and of course the one is that is coming now around vehicle to grid, vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to building. I think with this new technology that is coming out, we don't know exactly where we are as a country in terms of researching those matters that are coming. I will not talk about opportunities in the ocean that I think we also need to look at. What is the long-term implication of South Africa listening a lot to what is happening globally? Yes, we want to be a global player, but are we not maybe losing opportunities by not getting 100% to exploring what is happening offshore? So I think these are also is around seabed mining. There's a lot of things there that we need also to look at, and we hope that maybe this stream can look also at those issues as we move forward. I think I will stop here. We can always do bilateral talks.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was going to ask them to round off, but I think we agreed that our rounding off will be taking this process forward through frameworks at ESCOM, at City of Johannesburg, and at the Gauteng Provincial Government. So this was the first step, and there are many more thousands of steps to follow. Obviously, what Professor Nama was talking about there, we have a group for clean core technologies that is in the Department of Chemical Engineering, Chemical and Materials Engineering. So it has become an active group in terms of how we can green our coal. I think in terms of waste to power, the sugar industry is a potential for 800 megawatts. So generation can be from City of Johannesburg, done in KwaZulu-Natal or in Mpumalanga, and the power can be wheeled through the grid to Johannesburg. So these are some of the models that we think can work. Bioethanol in the sugar industry. I know in other countries there's always that provision for blending of petroleum and diesel products. And even Europe is doing it. In South Africa, we're told that the cars are so special that they can't eat ethanol. So they would rather drink it. So I think there's a lot that can be done there. Just wanted to round off with this aspect that China used to be producing 1 thermal power plant per month. Now they are the main producers of renewable energy in terms of PV, solar power, producing as much as 370 gigawatts of solar power. So I think it's just talking about transitions to say, do you let your customers and trading partners impose underdevelopment on you? Or do you also find strategies to say, which is what I think the Gauteng provincial government representative was saying, to say we can combine and say what are the realities in South Africa and how do we balance off the pressure to force what we do, to change to doing what we want to do and what we think is best for sustainability and for the environment. I'm trying to imagine producing steel and cement without coal. Then you have no industry, you have no housing, you have nothing. Obviously, those transitions must be allowed for. And finally, to say life cycle assessment for any kind of project, whether it's economic, social, or environmental, would be crucial, because some of the impositions might not work from a life cycle assessment perspective. When you look at social life cycle assessment, economic life cycle assessment over the lifetime of the imposed trade tariffs or trade arrangements. So I think it's a session that could go on and on, but I wanted to round off by thanking our panelists. You can tell they were passionate and they were well prepared, and they delivered quite a lot, and we look forward to working with them now in future. And also to thank Unisa, Professor Labskachin, in terms of arranging such a useful session. Otherwise, to thank you all for attending. I think sorry we had to cut your questions, but I'm sure you can engage us and the panelists going forward on the issues discussed. Thank you very much. You can clap for yourselves. I hand over to Professor Labskachin. I don't know whether he wants to do any traditional things, or I don't know.
Thank you very much. And just a small token of our appreciation to the panelists. We really do appreciate you taking time out and being here with us today and sharing some of your ideas and thoughts with us. That's the whole point of around this, is for us to really get a sense of what the stakeholders out there expect from Unisa. So thank you very much.
I would request that everyone stands, because through AI I would check that you've been sitting for long and you need to stretch. It's a good thing I'm not AI, and so I will spare you that. My name is Thulishandu Petla, and I'll be facilitating this session on the 4th Industrial Revolution and digitalization. Ladies and gentlemen, we are out of time, so I promise that by 4 p.m. we'll be done. If you just bear with us, be patient with us, and I promise we'll be done on time. We'll cut out some of the questions that we had, just so that we accommodate everyone. May I request my panel members to join me at the front. Mr. Bakolile Mabinya, please join us. Mr. Pilas Tole, please join us. And Dr. Jacob Midubi, please join us. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor and the privilege to present to you 4IR and digitalization. And I must say, it seems our CNA, our catalytic niche area, actually touches upon almost all the other catalytic niche areas, because what would they do without technology? What would they do without AI? What would they do without digitalization? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know you've been typing. Can you stretch out your thumb like this? Everybody? Right. You can see that your thumb can touch all your other fingers, just like the 4th Industrial Revolution can touch all the other CNAs. And do this again. So if technology works, how is it? Sharp, ne? Sharp, sharp. What happens if technology doesn't work? Right? So we're here to talk about it. And just as our VP Research, Prof. Tenjiwe Meyiwa, told us, she said that we've been conceptualizing for such a long time, and now it's time to operationalize. If you were not here in the morning, at least you know what we talked about in the morning. We're not conceptualizing, but we are operationalizing. And that is why we have industry experts in the field, in our panel, and they will talk to us about how then we operationalize, how then we put the 4IR into action. Now, I had pages and pages and pages of prelude just to prepare our panel, but like I promised, we will save time and we'll just go straight to them. Gentlemen, yes, we are balancing. We are balancing. The earlier CNA, we did it on purpose. We did it on purpose. Yeah. The CNA preceding us had all women. And so now we are balancing the playing field. Thank you very much, Prof, for allowing everyone to notice how we are balancing the scales. All right. So may I ask, gentlemen, that you introduce yourself first and then jump into the first question. And I'm saying that so that at least we save a bit of time. And I know we discussed the 3 questions, but we need to be out of here by 4. So we will skip the second question and do question 1 and question 3, and then we'll take questions from the audience. All right, let me then, ladies and gentlemen, allow Dr. Jacob Midubi, the content advisor for Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies for our parliament. And Dr. Midubi, if you could introduce yourself and then kickstart our discussions with this question. With a focus on Africa, what are the gray zones? What are the gaps? What are the opportunities of artificial intelligence to access, that is epistemic access and other types of access. Over to you, Doc. Remember, we said we have about 5 minutes for each person. Over to you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you so very much, Dr. T. Not too sure why should I be the one who is starting the, the session. But let me jump right into it. My name is Jacob Medupi, and as Dr. T has introduced myself, I'm the coordinating advisor for the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies. One of the most important committee in Parliament, given the fact that my sector, it cuts across, really, across all the economic activities, as it were. My day-to-day as an advisor to the committee, really, it's a technical advisory work to the politicians. I'm not a politician. I thought I should just put that disclaimer. I'm not the one to blame. I'm just advising them whether they take those advices or not. That's a discussion for another day. Just as a precursor, Doc, I know that we are constrained, for time, about 35 minutes, to be exact. We're going to try and do justice, to it's quite a very broad, sector. ICT sector. It's one of the most, broad sector and the busiest, in the space. As a starting point, if I may quote, my chairperson is Ms. Kusela, Honorable Kusela Diko, when she made a statement, or when she presented the budget vote in Parliament, one of the statements that she made was that, and I quote, "It is no exaggeration to say that to date, this very sector remains rather less," and I'm just going to try and paint a picture, and you'll get where we're trying to go. It is no exaggeration to say that to date, the sector remains, that's the ICT sector, rather less, directionless. In search of a sector lodestar, we shift our focus from the prominent Presidential Commission on 4IR recommendations. We now have the Digital Economic Master Plan, and we also have what we call now recently Digital Transformation Roadmap in the presidency. She then says we lack a single, and I must emphasize, as a country, we lack a single coherent industry, technology is failing me, coherent industry vision that has been co-created with the sector and is driven from the center. Implementation of existing measures lacks, mandates overlap. It has got a mandate overlap, and resources in the process, they get squandered, and I close quote. That was Honorable Diko. Our sector, it is, faced with some of the, and when it comes to legislation particularly, some of the, the biggest challenges that we are faced with, we are sitting with laws, and this is just the precursor, that are quite outdated, that literally they would need to be shredded and completely and totally overhauled. That's the first thing that we are faced with as Parliament, as lawmakers, that our laws, including our policies, completely outdated. We now are faced with the 4IR, and AI in particular, which is on steroids. And as a country, because of these old laws, and I'm talking to myself because I'm in the middle of it, we need to go back and look, completely, the total overhaul of our legislative framework. It is rather very, very critical, and it has got to be addressed as a matter of agency. Now, this is what the committee is seized with at the moment. The committee, that is the Portfolio Committee, it is, and this is quite intentional, it is addressing the ongoing fragmentation and isolated implementation of ICT legislation and regulation in South Africa, which has hindered progress towards a digitally inclusive society, including the very implementation or the appropriation of the 4IR technologies. Central to this issue is the absence, as indicated, of cohesion among various digital policies. That's quite key. Institutional arrangement is quite important, and mechanisms for infrastructure deployment, and this touches predominantly on what Babu Pilas told they are doing as the MNOs, resulting in redundancy, misalignment, and duplication of government digital services. The committee's oversight role, which is our primary mandate, aims to promote the unification of the entire legislation framework, regulatory responsibilities, and institutional planning within what we call the National Integrated ICT Policy Framework. And in the process, and this is very, very, very important, we need to make sure that we totally dismantle silos across the relevant stakeholders. And I'm sure my panelists would really add on this and put a lot more emphasis what exactly we're talking about here. If I may proceed before I get to the first question. Dr. T, the committee is also trying to address the pressing requirements to create a digitally enabled and empowered society. And this is quite key, and this is quite central to what we call the fourth industrial revolution, particularly the appropriation of the artificial intelligence as well. The committee is addressing the pressing requirements to create a digitally enabled and empowered society by establishing a robust legislative framework that harmonizes policy tools, defines institutional responsibilities, and sets explicit expectations for outcomes. This would involve addressing the silo approach as indicated to digital legislation, regulation policy, especially in sectors such as your broadcasting, issues around the spectrum management, which is quite key, digital content, equally important, infrastructure deployment, very, very critical. In the absence, without the necessary infrastructure, there's just no way that we'll see the light of the day. The 4IR will see the light of the day. Postal services, very critical. Telecommunications, quite key. Digitization and data protection areas that are frequently governed concurrently but lack coordination. So what are we doing as a committee, given this precursor? We have called, or we are calling what you call, at least through the department, DCDT, we are calling all the stakeholders, and the committee is in the middle of it, what we call legislative colloquium, where we say, can we get all the stakeholders to sit around the table? Because in the absence of legislation, or at least a progressive legislation, there's just no way as a country, and Africa in particularly, that we're going to benefit and fully appropriate, the very 4IR technologies. And AI in this instance, we are lagging behind, and if the conditions are not, the condition is not variable, and we don't have an enabling environment where we have legislation and policies and regulation that would make sure that we fully appropriate the 4IR. Getting to the question, that was a precursor. Getting to the 1 minute. After us, we just paint that picture. This is quite a very involved topic, I must say. And 30 minutes, and I'm sure, we need to admit that 30 minutes, it's just going to do a lot of the service. But we'll try. Getting to the question itself briefly, with that precursor, Dr. T, with a focus on Africa, what are the gray zones, gaps, and opportunities of AI to access, for us to access as a continent? I think for me, and I said to Dr. T, we are lawmakers, and if anything, I'm going to speak predominantly from the legislation point of view, from the policy point of view. And I've painted that picture, that as a country, we need to sit back. We need to, and we're looking holistically, what our chairperson, Ms. Duke, has requested, that as a team we put together a legislative template where we indicate all the laws within the ICT sector that would need to be, completely overhauled. In the absence of that, there's just not any reaping of benefits of the 4IR. And Doc, let me emphasize once again that we're going to need each other as academia, if anything. And this is the greatest, and quite unfortunate as well, between academia and lawmakers. And we've got to blame to a degree. We talk past each other. Whatever that academia is coming out with as research, it does not necessarily speak into we have plethora of problems. To your students, your research student, we can give ample of research problems. What is needed in order for us to be able to make sure that we reap benefit of the AI, of the entire bouquet of the 4IR, we need an enabling environment where there is progressive legislative framework and policies that would enable us as a country and as a continent, to move forward. Let me leave it at that, though. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Doc. We appreciate that, and thank you for fitting that into the very, very few minutes we gave you. Next, we have Mr. Baxolile Mabinya. You will introduce yourself and then get into the first question. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Dr. T. Can I call you Dr. T? I hear people calling you Dr. T. Good afternoon. My name is Baxolile Mabinya. I spend most of my time nowadays building a digital business called Divya. It's a digital transformation, business based here in Gauteng. But prior to that, I've been pretty much involved in the technology sector with multinationals and even academia at the Nelson Mandela University. I did also have the privilege of serving on the presidential 4IR Commission. So when you are referring to some of those recommendations, I'm very familiar with them, but I'm glad you mentioned them so that we get that out of the way. So hopefully there are no questions that relate to that. But let me get straight into the topic itself. And I really want to focus specifically on the topic of AI in particular. And what I will do is touch on key aspects that I believe are quite critical in developing AI, and as a consequence of that development, making sure that issues of access are also addressed. The first thing that I want to touch on is the amount of data that we generate, because it's quite clear that in nowadays, if you're old enough to remember floppy disks and all of those things, those things are all gone. We are generating data by the millisecond all the time, not only with our devices, but with a myriad of other connected things. And that data pretty much goes into the internet, and that becomes a foundation for things such as artificial intelligence. But here's the thing. If you do a comparison of data generated by countries around the world, and I got some statistics here from IDC and Statista. Top of the list, 45 zettabytes. So zettabyte is like 1 trillion megabytes. So it's very big. So if you think of your little USB, which is 1 gigabyte, think about fitting 1 trillion of those in this room. We wouldn't even fit it in this room. So that's how much data is produced by the United States in totality a year. This was 2024. It will probably be more this year. Second on the list is China, which is 38.4 zettabytes. Then UK, I'm not going to mention all the countries, but I want to sort of draw the contrast. South Africa, 1.4 zettabytes. Nigeria, 1.1 zettabytes. So the United States produces more than 40 times the amount of data, which is a key ingredient to artificial intelligence, than us. The second thing I want to talk about is data centers, because this data needs to go to some place with infrastructure that has compute power so that it can be processed and all the artificial intelligence models can then work and do something useful with it. So that aggregation point typically is what is called data centers, and these have evolved over time. You now have AI-specific data centers. For example, I was talking to someone who is an investor and technologist in this space. He was saying to me, he went over to the United States, and in places like Texas, what they are now starting to do with artificial intelligence data centers is they have collaborative relationships directly with power producers, so that the Medupi is next door. It has a direct feeding pipe into that data center. Now, here's the thing. If you look at energy, US, in terms of capacity, just, generally, 2,500 megawatts. This is just data centers, right? United States. China, 1,875 megawatts. The previous panel would understand a lot of this terminology, what this means. South Africa, 75 megawatts, right? 75 megawatts. I was asking my dear sister, Usis Witness, earlier, we were having lunch, she was on the panel previously. In Gauteng, for example, what is our plan? Who do we think is going to be the biggest consumer of energy in the future, whether it's the energy that we have or it's renewables? Because when you look at what we've always known, such as the smelters, which are big consumers of energy, what is going to happen now that they are closing, very fast and being repurposed? I think perhaps the biggest consumers might be data centers. We must look at that. Let's look at research in artificial intelligence. Publications per year. China, 18,500 publications. The United States, 13,900 publications. India, 4,600 publications. South Africa, 520. And probably half of those is Professor Chilizi Marwala, right? And then you've got Egypt at 280. Then the last part that I want to look at, which I'm very passionate about because of what I do now, is startups. Now, if you look at artificial intelligence startups, in the US, there are 4,200 startups that specialize in artificial intelligence. In China, there are 3,570, right? In Israel, there are 630. In South Africa, there are 168. In Kenya, there are 84, right? Now, I'm looking at all of these key pillars just of artificial intelligence so that we can answer the question of issues of access. But I think it's important for us to really understand, where are we? If we as South Africans take, for example, I know there are people from other countries, but bear with me. If we as South Africans think about an area where we are very proud as winners, let's take rugby, for example, right? And see what Rassie Erasmus and everyone else has done. If you were to look at rugby, I looked this statistic up. The number of professional rugby players by country, number one is England at 447,000 rugby players in the system. Number two is South Africa, 405,000 rugby players in the system, right? So I think perhaps we need to have an appreciation that if you want to compete at a global level, develop, and once you develop and grow in that particular space, issues of access become a lot easier to deal with. These are some of the things that we've got to think about. So I think the question we should be asking before we get to the question of access is, what do we do so that these statistics realistically for us as South Africa in this space of artificial intelligence begin to reflect the kind of appetite we have to not only compete at a global stage, but also to contribute at a global stage. And that's what we really have to ask. Now, I don't have time, unfortunately, to delve into some of the key challenges and opportunities across the board. But I do think, particularly in the South African economy, it's amazing to me how the best young people that come through the system, a system that produces, the kind of talent that can be productive, such as universities like this one, etc. The best graduates want to go and work for the big banks, and they want to go and work for the consulting firms, right? And if they can't work for the big banks, they are happy to maybe settle for, a job at a mid-sized, unknown company or multinational. If they can't crack it there, they might say, I'm happy to work for a parastatal. And if they can't crack it there, I'll go mainstream government. And if that then doesn't materialize, they may say, I'm going to be an entrepreneur and I'm going to really contribute in solving societal problems. In America, that is leading in all of these indicators, the best graduates want to start companies, right? Hence, they are then able to achieve this and deal with issues of access. So how do we change that kind of mindset, broadly speaking, and have a framework? So when we talk about issues of policy and legislation, it must consider how do we then create a system that has incentives, not only for investors, but for ordinary people, so that the behavior and what they aspire to can contribute to us growing these things. I think for me, that really, really becomes, a key issue that we've got to solve. It's not too late, because Africa is still considered as the last frontier of growth, because it's coming off such a low base. So the appetite globally to invest and so forth is there, but we have to be vigilant. We have to ensure that there are, structures in place to guard against, abuse and Africa being locked out of that opportunity. So I think I'll leave it there, Doc. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Yep. Mene tekel ufasin. We are found wanting. Thank you very much, Baxolile. We appreciate that, and we appreciate the very scary numbers. We will not be able to sleep after this. We will get cracking and start working. All right, let me now hand over to Mr. Pilas Tole. You will introduce yourself and take a bite of the question.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Pilas Tole. I'm from the Association of Comms and Technology. We represent the leading network operators in South Africa. There are about 6 of them. Most of yourself who've got mobile phones, you already know them. Yeah, so my work relates to advocating for policy and regulation that is conducive for the telecommunication ecosystem. And if you see Jacob on the other side, is to push back and make sure that he works as fast as possible to on the policy and regulation side. Just to add on that, so we found the telco as a catalyst, cross-cutting across all the sectors. And the statistics says that people who access internet, 72% of those who access the internet, they access it through the mobile devices. That's the conduit for them to access and to be able to have connectivity. And also when you looking at the sector, the way in terms of contribution, we contributing about 232 billion rand in terms of revenue that we generating, employing about more than 30,000 personnel. But if you look at those personnel for the past 5 years, that it's actually going down. As we automate using technology. Previously, when you call in the call center, you want to talk to a person. Now you'll talk to, my mother will call you talk to a ghost, a spore or something like that. And it's the one that will answer you. But that's the world that we live in, because now it enables you can call in the middle of the night, and you will get this AI bot that is on the other side to lead you. Now, most of the sectors, in terms of the burden that we've had, we've had the cost to communicate that has been very high. But when you're looking in terms of the investment that have been made in the past 5 years, we've been investing about 152 billion rand. Last year alone, 2024, the sector invested 29 billion rand in infrastructure investment, making sure that we have 5G network that is running for terrestrial. And 2022, there was a spectrum auction that we didn't have access to. As we go into the connected world, there's a competition for us to connect to the spectrum, to have connectivity, and there's IoT that all of the devices has to connect to. So the increase in terms of the demand for spectrum is exponentially increasing. And also when you look at the data traffic, the terabytes coming into the country, and actually international traffic, when you monitor that, we're talking about the terabytes of data that, but if you're looking at them as well, they've been exponential. Now, there has been a number of interventions in terms of what constitute that data. Most of the data has been on the OTT side. And when you're looking at the OTT, there's an ICASA report that says how much operators have made in terms of data from Facebook, YouTube, all of those platforms that we've been consuming. And now there is sort of like an indication. But when you look at the derived revenue from that, in terms of a rand that is invested in terms of infrastructure, you find that operators who have invested in the infrastructure, their revenue is depreciating, and it's actually declining. And the content providers who are OTTs, they're actually increasing. It's a good thing to have innovation where you can now make an international call via WhatsApp, but there has to be an appreciation of a fair share of, that's what we are advocating. And when you look at the Electronic Communication Act, the ECA doesn't include OTT. So there's a whole lot of a digital economy that has emerged that is not appreciated in the Electronic Communication Act. So we now have the digital economy that when we're predicting is like 20% of the economy, it's going to be in the digital world. And our laws doesn't have that appreciation and embracing of how do we incentivize, how do we make sure that we can stimulate and have the proper infrastructure that is in place for all of us to have access, equitable access, and to have sustainability in terms of our economy that we have. So there's a number of challenges. There has been many discussion in terms of 4IR, Presidential Commission, 8 recommendations, which we're talking about AI, which we had to have an AI institute. Now again, how much are we investing in this AI? There has been catalytic areas in launching this AI institute, which is based on the implementation of the Presidential Commission on 4IR. It's about 3 centers, I think, that were launched. The key thing is how much are we investing in those institutions? Yeah, I know in the communications that I've been having with our colleagues is that, well, there's no budget to continue to invest. Now, one of the challenges we're sort of like talking about where we find ourselves is that we don't have the big techs that can invest the billions and billions of rands. If you're looking at 2025, year 2025 alone, you're looking at Meta and Google, all of these big tech, just for the top 4 big techs, they are going to invest 300 billion rand combined in AI. So investing in open AI, investing in DeepMind, and all of those tech. And ourselves, we have not even started stimulating or putting incentives in place or making sure that we put certain funds in place to do research on AI. There is a skill gap, of course, because we are not investing in it. There is an issue of, unfortunately, where we find ourselves as consumers. Just for example, if you look, I'm going to talk from my perspective of the industry, right? During load shedding, most of the investment, I'm talking about 45 billion that we invested in the last 5 years. Most of those were in alleviating the impact of load shedding on the telco side, investing in renewable energy, diesel generators, as the most consumers of electricity. As we find ourselves during load shedding, you will go to your phone, you will not go to, you will consume more, and as you connect, you're consuming the network capacity, and network operators are under pressure to make sure that you have your power up. Now, we don't have diesel rebates, for example. Diesel rebates, they are there in agriculture. But if we appreciate that the digital economy is very, very important and network, for it to keep on running, we must make sure that at least we have some sort of like rebates, making sure that we can reap in lowering the cost and making sure that everyone can have access to digital infrastructure. But let me stop here for now. Thanks.
Oh. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, gentlemen, for making this job easy, because you did touch on the second question. Pila, thank you for noting the paradox of technology. On the one hand, technology gives us solutions and to these complex problems, but then technology also leads to other complex problems emanating from our adoption of technology. So, gentlemen, very briefly, your answers to the first questions were very enlightening. Now, how can we then, as universities, as industry players, high-tech business, government, and universities, how can we partner towards solving some of the challenges that you have mentioned and those you did not mention because of time? What would our partnership look like from your end? And would it involve AI? If so, how would that work? Over to you, Jacob.
Thanks again, Dr. Chi. And I'm going to propose a very holistic, approach when it comes to partnership. We have a position as a committee in terms of having what we call an academia imbizo. I think our biggest problem has been that we are approving budgets as government, every year. A lot of money, billions and billions of money that we get to approve, including the 3.0 budget that we recently approved. It's billions and billions. And I can tell you now, Dr. T, that within that, there's, for the 13, 14 entities that reports to, that's your SABC, your Centec, and many others that report to my portfolio, each one of those has got an element of research. And there's a line in the budget that so much would be allocated and be set aside for research work. Now, what our chair has proposed is that let's sit around the table between us as lawmakers and academia and come up with a plan. How then can we then best make sure that we appropriate and make better use of these resources? Money has been wasted in the process because we keep on throwing money. We keep on throwing money at the problem. And this has not assisted. We have squandered a lot of resources in the process. What I'm going to, as I've alluded earlier on, as a committee, we have ample reports with problems. The research student, and we're looking for evidence-based type of research output that can assist us as lawmakers to make sure that we come up with laws that are progressive, that are able to take us forward. And what we need to do, we need really to call each other and sit around the table in a room. Yeah. How best can we then make sure that, given the resources that we're sitting with, given the taxpayers' money that is at their disposal, how can we then make sure that we best appropriate and make use of those resources? And I can give a guarantee, because it's us really who draft the programs of the committee, of what to engage, who to call before the committee, and what sort of engagement that we need to have as advisors. Would make sure that academia imbizo does take place. Right. That's very critical, long overdue. That's one critical partnership, at least from my end. We don't have, a lot of money like the Watercoms, the MTNs, billions and billions of the bottom line. We don't have that much, but the little that we have at least, given to these entities, where they have, report output, research outputs that they need to come and present before us. It will be very important that between us and academia, yes, that we get to, to collaborate, a lot better how we have done things. We've been talking past each other in a lot of ways. Whatever that comes out of, some of these institutions, they come out and they go, into the archives and they gather, literally gather dust. Yeah. And they don't make a dent, in policy making and contributing, into policy and legislation for that matter. So if there's any partnership that I'm going to advocate, given the limited resources that we have, which is the taxpayers' money, we're going to have that in Bizo, where we sit around the table and we take stock.
Right.
Where are we? Where do we need to go? I was in Barcelona earlier on this, the MWC, Mobile World Congress 2025, where it was estimated just on AI and 5G. By 2025, there's an estimated global economy coming out of that, but $18 trillion. That's just on AI and 5G, let alone the rest of the bouquets of the 4IR technologies. So I think we need to sit back, take stock. How best can we try and leverage on each other, both as an academia and from lawmaking point of view, which is parliament and government in general.
Right.
Because
right.
As indicated, I think we have really over the years we have thrown a lot of resources and a lot of money into some of those problems, and we have not even made a dent. Our rural communities are still. I was sitting here trying to access my emails. There's coverage problem, in the room, which is some of the MNOs. And this is supposed to be like an urban, kind of a, where are supposed to sit here and just get ease of access into a Wi-Fi hotspot of some sort. We don't have that as yet. But I can tell you now that we keep on throwing money into some of these projects. And we are really here to see something out of all these resources that we have, thrown into these problems. Let me leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob. Where's Prof. Labuskagni? You heard that. Academic Imbizo appropriating the use of these resources. Thank you very much. Colin.
Thank you, Dr. T. I'm going to be very brief. I think, and somewhat not controversial, but try and, push the boundaries a little bit. We've got so much that is in place. Ubabu Jacob is, quite correct. There's triple Ps and all of those things for us to really, collaborate. And I think when I look at universities, I think we have a lot of universities and a lot of capacity through universities in South Africa that we can really leverage. So I'll give an example. This university by far produces the most trained teachers. Yeah. So if we identify that, in education and how, teaching takes place, we need to infuse, technology. This university must champion that, because it's going to be very difficult to achieve that if you don't do it through this university by virtue of having more than 50%, I don't know what the number is, of trained teachers coming out of this institute. So we know these things. But where I want to push the boundaries is, I want to suggest no more imbizos. No more. Right? No more imbizos.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
No more dialogues. We can still communicate with each other, but the precursor should be, come and show us the proof of concept that you did and attempted. What worked, what didn't work, let's discuss that. No more ideas, concepts. Done. Right? That's how we collaborate and we actually make progress. The last thing I want to say is that there's a cultural dimension that, in my experience, in the work that I do, because we also do a lot of training, particularly of young people and transitioning them into work and opportunities, there's something that is beginning to slip into our psyche and culture that is so prevalent in the technology 4IR space. And I'll term it like this. We need to transition from a welfare mindset to a developmental mindset when it comes to taking advantage of the opportunity that technology presents, particularly areas of artificial intelligence. Welfare is very, very, very important. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying let's chuck it out completely as a society. It's very important. But my understanding of welfare is that it is the safety net to great human difficulties and disasters. Surely the advantage and opportunity of things like artificial intelligence cannot be there. How do we begin to say we must be a lot more developmental in our approach?
Sure.
And I think the theme of our partnerships must resemble that. So we must stop, having agreements in place that are regurgitating the narrative of shame. Look at them, let's try and, because the world is leaving us behind. We must be a lot more forthright in what it is that we want and say, this is what we want to develop and build. And as a consequence of doing that, we'll be able to make sure that we can pull everyone along.
Sure.
Those are my comments.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Bagbalile. Yeah? Pila.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Just a few things on my side. I think one of the most important thing is from the experience in terms of consultation in BISOs that have been going on, is that there has to be sort of like a curriculum development from core development from your side to upskill all of us. And AI is impacting all of us, whether in human resource, whether you are in linguistic, whether you are in tech, whether in whatever field that you are in. The understanding when we're talking about tech, for example, you will find that discussion that, well, IT people needs to be there. But we understand that the world has changed. Technology impact all of us, and we need to be able to upskill across. So we've seen the impact in the legal field. There's been an impact of AI. In agriculture, we've seen the application. In health, we've seen all of those use cases. So there's no one that should be left behind in terms of upskilling. So everybody should be involved. On our side, in terms of the research, we are research-based. We're using data. There's opportunities of sharing that data such that it speaks for itself. When we're speaking about where this data is sitting, access to it, such that we can create value out of that data that we have. There's been companies, multi-billion rand, that are making profit out of data. So this data sharing, it's very important. So there's this program now that has been subject of discussion as well in the G20 of digital public infrastructure. That is led by the presidency. Now, which will ensure that we have data exchange, and that data we can use it for innovation. We can make it available for the private sector to innovate on it, and to innovate also our payment systems and our digital identity. This is very, very important in our sector in terms of digital identity, because we RICA people. In other countries, the telcos are in the center of identifying people of who's who. And they are the first home affairs that they first reach in terms of identifying them. So that is quite critical. But back to the discussion that we need to have is that how much are we investing and where? I think that it's a very important discussion. If we're going to have a discussion of in an IMPISO format, we should be able to say, not just a talk show, we should say we are putting this much in research for this, we're putting this much because this is our priority areas. We need to be leveraging our comparative advantage, where we find ourselves as a region, what are the things that we're competitive on, We will not be able to compete with China or the North, global North. We should be able as a country to identify our niche area and be consistent in investing on it, no matter who comes in government. So we have this thing that we've initiated also on our side called Digital Roadmap. That this is our commitment as an industry that we would like to see for this coming 20 years going forward. 20 years is actually long, but we have sort of like phases that we've put in place. But to say, whatever changes from government,
Yes.
we want this to be fixed. We don't want to chop and change based on a direction that is not informed by data, is not informed by research. We want our investment as a country to be informed by research. So this is where the collaboration with universities, that we use data. We don't use rhetoric, slogans, but we use data to inform our path into digital prosperity, to fight unemployment, where the opportunities for employment for our people, that should be making us to lose our sleep.
Right.
And able to channel impactfully our investment to ensure that we create those opportunities, those innovation, those small SMEs that we're supposed to be incentivizing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pilar, and we appreciate you. I know I was rushing you. I apologize, but there's a shuttle for hotel guests. Please, if you could just go to the main entrance of this building, your shuttle awaits. And I'm sorry that you will not benefit from a prize that will go out to the most engaging question or the most engaging contribution. On that note, that's a very nice way for us to segue to the Q&A opportunity. I'm really sorry that we cannot take more than 2 questions because of time, but you can continue. Prof. Labuskagne, how can we do this so that the questions that the participants have can reach our panel? Maybe they can send them to me, and then I can facilitate, right? So you can send them to me, but for now, only 2 questions. I'm sorry. There was a hand at the back. Do we still have microphones? Right at the back. And Prof. Prof.
Masbulele, Jesus. You know, let me start with Xolile. Xolile, do yourself a favor. The person speaking designed the education system of this country. Technical, vocational, and higher education. I'm here now to look at what I designed. I won't talk about what I see. Go and look at the policy for vocational education and training, which aimed to invert the triangle. Go and ask yourself why we had a Skills Development Act 97 of 1998, and an FET Act of 98 of 1998. And you will get the answer. We left what we're supposed to do. Where the real work is done is in vocational education. I can even ask here, I was in a conference on IP. I said I want one person who is holding, if you are from Kenya, a phone or a laptop that is from Kenya. It's not going to be there because all these things are coming from somewhere. And as a data privacy lawyer, and I'm clear about if we want to deal with us as Africans, data privacy, data sovereignty, AI sovereignty is non-negotiable. But if we still using gadgets from somewhere whose safety considerations are known there, go to the country where you have that phone that has 3 SIM cards. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. The person who came with WhatsApp, where he's coming from, WhatsApp is not used. Now the question is, I'm coming now to what we're supposed to do.
Thank you, Prof. We'll just
Let
keep
me
it
finish.
short.
Let me
Thank
finish. The product determines where you go. We start by dealing with products. We develop products. And we're not short of places of developing products. Unisa and CSET, we have everything. Secondly, let me come to my honorable, the policies. I get saddened that through the policy development, which is consultative, we always find something that is not what we want, but it's part of development. But what I want to say, for me, what it says is what Ole was saying. There's a new definition of consultation. As a person who has been in technology and in AI, written some of the policies, I will tell you now, there's a regulation now that has been written in terms of the CETA Act, which is problematic. So I'm trying to show you that we need to look at how we do things. And originally, we have a way in which consultation is done. And I think we go back to basics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last question. Where was it? We only have time for two. Oh, okay.
I just wanted to quickly ask one of the panelists who spoke about the rugby.
Please keep it extra short because you had not raised your hand, so you hijacked the mic.
Your statistics about that 400 and something rugby players, you were just saying they're in the system, but you didn't say how many of those are actually professional rugby players. I want to have an idea as to what's going on in South Africa, because they are playing in the URC in Europe. Some of them play in Japan.
Okay.
And so on. So can you quickly give me that statistic? I just want to make sense of that and how that influences our sport.
All right. Okay. Thank you. And then that question over there, he actually raised his hand first. Please keep it extra short.
Oh, thank you very much. So, yeah, it's not long ago we saw United Friends of the Oval Office gathering there, bidding for the Starlink. So my question was wanting to ask in regard to, even if we are competing with the UFOs, so how are we going to build, because now this Starlink bidding is a bidding in front of us. Now the consideration to go and roll this Starlink Naledi High to rural schools in communities. So now the issue is, how are we going to protect the next generation, the kids who will be using this super AI, SAI, super artificial indigenization? We also like to urge tutors in the university level to go and build and tutor those kids at the rural schools. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Very, very briefly, comment. You will get the full comments when you write to me and I forward your question. So very briefly, Doc.
Just thank you, Dr. Tias. But in short, yet another disclaimer, I'm not here for the portfolio committee on comms. But I think, Prof, on the issue of particularly with the keen interest on the city regulations, one of the things that our chairperson had really hammered on greatly was the fragmentation on the approach on how we put together, whether it's, the regulations themselves, policies, and really are working on that. And I hear you. I mean, the CETA regulations, we are sort of embroiled in that, and I would leave it at that because, it's a committee position, it's not really my position.
Thank you.
Just the last one on the Starlink. The Starlink issue, I think our committee has always put an emphasis that we are open to do business with any of the multinationals. But if anything, we have our own laws in the country. The ECA is quite clear in terms of what is that you need to do if as in when you come into the country as a multinational. So if someone are coming to the country, the laws have, they're quite prescriptive.
Yep.
And we need to make sure that everybody, without exception, abide by what is in the regulations and in the law, because, the 30% thing, non-negotiable, and it has got to, to be abided with. And I think I would leave it at that without necessarily, venturing into the politics of the whole thing. Thank you so much. With regard to the Imbizo, I think it would be just a parting shot. You just be fair that the new committee that has just came in, one last Imbizo.
All right, one last one.
Mr. Mabenya, I'm sure he would understand that these are these new cohorts, quite energetic. Just one on how we structure that. We can talk about that.
New brooms, thank you very much. And as you respond, may I have Leo Mpatla, who has the, if you can just come closer, even with the three, please, so that we are okay. Thank you so much. Yes, over to you.
Sure, thank you. Let me deal with rugby. So the short answer, how many are professional? I don't know how many are professional. Those come from World Rugby statistics, and they account even for those rugby players that are in the schooling system, right? So that's where essentially it comes from. How many of them have professional contracts? I mean, I don't have that statistic, just to answer your question.
Okay, great. Do you mind if we continue after this gathering, so that we respond to the last question? Then we can continue after this gathering. Thank you.
I wanted to make one comment based on the comments of the Prof, because
Go ahead.
It will be impossible not to comment, particularly when it comes to TVETs. I mean, my view and experience with TVETs, because I've looked at that. In fact, I've engaged with a lot of the TVETs. They are nowhere near, right, being able to produce the kind of output that was envisioned, in those plans. In fact, I'm of the view that some of the TVETs we might need to shut down and build new ones, new TVETs, because they are too far gone. That's just my sort of, personal experience. But I agree that that's an important avenue outside of universities to really make sure that we lead with the doing. And I think that will do us a lot of good. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Great. Thank you so much. And do you want to respond, Pilar?
Yeah, no, I think it was just a sterling issue, just to say we as a sector, we connecting schools. In rural areas. We have about 21,000 public service institutions that we're connecting. And one of the key things is that those are social obligations that the sector has to communicate. And we have a project management unit with the department just to coordinate with COCTA, because we're connecting libraries, clinics, traditional offices and school offices, and school as well. But what I wanted to say here is that one of the biggest challenge is not just about connectivity, but to ensure that they have universal access in terms of they have got equipment, schools have got equipment, they've got the network. When you build a school, you must have a network that is in place. And also our laws, we are able to incentivize in terms of local manufacturing of devices where the textbooks are. And I think as a distance learning education like Unisa, you've done well in digitizing your curriculum, and schools have got a lot of way to learn in terms of having this kind of infrastructure that they can have access and able to learn. But in terms of connectivity, we are not yet there, but we ensuring that we can move with speed in connecting institutions. Given, well, one of the projects we have, SA Connect, which was supposed to have done that for many years, and this has been shifted to telcos. This is also policy failure that is not consistent, that you've got funds allocated, but they've not been used in an effective way. We've got universal service funds that as operators we contribute, to ensure connectivity in areas where there is none. We've asked for these funds. We've contributed last year about 255, and 2023 it was about 245 million. So in the last 4 years, there's about 1.1 billion rand in the Universal Service Fund that has been deposited, that's supposed to be managed by USASA to ensure that there's connectivity. Yeah, in terms of technology, satellite is very important. We don't have to mention names. Low orbit satellite is the future. We just need to make sure that we have regulation and we can work collaboratively with terrestrial infrastructure, which is still very, very important to augment satellite services.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I request humbly that we give our panel a resounding round of applause. You did great. You basically had 9 sessions of catalytic niche areas in one. That was brilliant. May I request Prof, please assist me as we hand over just a token of appreciation to our panel members. Are we ready with the pictures? Thank you very much, gentlemen. If we could go to the front. Izaga, look. Pictures. Thank you. All right. Doc. Sorry?
I like what you say.
Thank you. Pilar, please come. Oh, we brought pictures. Quickly. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, manene na manenekazi, we've come to the end of this session. It's the end of day 1. Give yourselves a round of applause. You stuck it out. You stayed with us. You ran the race. A round of applause. Woo! Well done. And can we have a round of applause for our scribe, our rapporteur, Mariki Kreno. Woo! Thank you, Prof. Les. Signing out. Shuttle is ready. Your shuttle is ready. Those who are taking the shuttle back to the hotel, your shuttle is ready. Run before it turns into a pumpkin.